Hi Sabri, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you very clear. How are you feeling? Yeah. Hello, hello. Testing 1 2 3 4 5 6. Testing 1 2 3 4 5 6.
take a walk along the dark and early fields. I can only try to what you're feeling. Flower beds, the tears of shame crumble into me. Staring at your feet, frozen in defeat. Shallow conversations, but I'm trying to guide you. Can't pretend to know what's going on. Holes are now less hidden in a boat we cannot go. Our boat was hoping for a way, away. I've lost the words that I should say. Tell me what to be, I can tell you're dealing. I wanna take a walk along the dark and early fields. I can only try to what you're feeling. Flower beds, the tears of shame crumble into me. Crumble into me. Crumble into me. Crumble into me. Crumble into me.
Putting on a show like you're a fighter. Don't want me to know that you're a lover. So you add another layer to the skin of your heart. No emotion. Learn to be an island on the ocean. Rather be alone than be dependent on another living soul that could reopen your scars. There's a crack in the wall where the light comes through, and I wanna see it all from a close-up view. So let's uncover me, and then let light uncover you. Baby, let's uncover me, and then let light uncover you. Wanna show me who you are with the cards on the floor, and I ain't gonna come with a guard at the door. So let's uncover me, and let light uncover you.
Public, can you hear me? Only.
in their eyes.
Is the volume good? It's okay?
How to get to know someone like you, someone like you. I want you to know me, 'cause I know then you'll see we could be true, we could be true. I want you to see what I see in us, something so real, something so real. I want you to see that this is a love that we both feel, that we both feel. And how will we ever know if the love will ever grow without trying, without trying? And how will we ever see if we are meant to be? It's terrifying, it's terrifying. That we're meant to be. We're meant to be. That we're meant to be. We've both been there before, when love shuts the door. It's a losing game, it's a losing game. But this time it's more than another lot of war. This ain't the same, this ain't the same. They say love heals all, it makes it all alright. In time, my heart still feels the breaking, but you make my world so bright. It feels so right, it feels so right. And how will we ever feel that what we've got is real? There's no denying, there's no denying. And how will we ever see if we are meant to be? It's terrifying, it's terrifying. And how will we ever know if the love will ever grow without trying, without trying? And how will we someone's test.
wanna be as cold as ice, but the nights without you made me realize, before you came into my life, that fire that burned inside me nearly died. So let me try to make this right, to show you that I'm sorry for messing up too many times and never telling you that I can't be without you, and I can't breathe without you. My heart quit beating when you stop loving me like you.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes...
Take all the blame, stand every pain, face all the mess that comes your way. You can be just as strong so you can go on. You know that it can't be wrong when you do it for love. Love, love, love. When you do it for love. Love, love, love. For love. When you do it for love. I'll be there for you. Doesn't matter what you're going through. I'll be there. Gone, you are gone now. Hard to think of an easy way to start. It's over. Give me what I want. Think of what you did today, how it's gonna be. I've got a bunch of real good reasons that I'm needing you to see. I can't keep holding this feeling of all that you've forgotten is us. Times of you gone today, nothing could make you stay. You are finished with me for now. Finished with me for now. Taking it all away. Gone, I am gone now. Hard to think of an easy way to start. It's over. Give me what I've lost. Think of what I did today, how it's gonna be. I've got a bunch of real good reasons that you're never gonna see. You are consistently breaking me. All that I've forgotten is us. Us. Times of you gone today, nothing could make you stay. You are finished with me for now. Finished with me for now. Taking it all away. Yesterday was my favorite place, but today I don't see nobody. All alone, no familiar face. Need someone to be right beside me. 7 days and 20 hours since you left. Different ways, your voice still popping in my chest. And I still hope, I hope you're coming back soon. You're coming back soon. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical.
Check is being done with all the drivers. Drivers can enter the room. The room is up and ready. Start in 5 minutes. The room is up and ready. We are waiting for the drivers to join the lobby. This thing continuously goes through this setting. The race control to Bevan.
Dreaming about those days with you. I can stand that you ain't here with me. My life's a
Yes, sir, I'm here.
need you now to be right beside me. 7 days and 20 hours since you left. Different ways, your voice still popping in my chest. And I still hope, I hope you're coming back soon. You're coming back soon. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land.
all drivers are joining the lobby now.
I was running on an empty heart, not a trace of gasoline, trying to dim every single spark that could hurt, that could burn all of me. Like a soldier on the battleground, lying wounded on the field, I was fighting along with a broken sword. Now I'm caught.
country. But shall I quickly start?
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
wish you only knew all that you put me through. How could you feel that for somebody else? 'Cause I gave you my heart.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage? What? What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
Imdad, can you please join the lobby quickly? Imdad.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
Up. Sapri, we're going to start actual qualifying now. Good job. And commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Brands Hatch. 11:30 in the morning, bright and sunny. As we wait for the race to commence, qualifying is about to start. Just this minute, about 2 minutes, and we will see the CMSC Race from Home Championship, which is brought to you or presented to you by PETRONAS SYNTIUM, powered by SLT MOBITEL, and our co-sponsors for the day, Lab 57, House of Glass, and AAAR. Round 1 race being conducted today for the amateur group of 14 drivers. We've got Adisha Kitwith driving a Ferrari 458, Devin Serasinger driving a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, Dhiran Gunasekara driving a Dodge Viper. We've got Imran Hussain driving a Nissan GTR. We've got Imesh Silva running a McLaren 650S, Inuk Madhumanachi in a Honda NSX, Kelvin Hazer in a BMW M4, Mahila Piris in a Lamborghini Huracan, Meman Vikramasinghe in a Ferrari 458, Rise UM in Audi TT, Sachetana Patrana in a Ferrari 458, Sam Smith in a Mitsubishi Evo, Ziran Pereira in an Audi TT, and Viranga Fernando in a Mitsubishi Lancer. Each of the drivers having 2 car entries. They can opt today, so we will see which cars of the two they have opted to run.
So, Nirosh, tell us what is this race that we are having today?
This is the AM race, round 1, race 1, which is at Brands Hatch. This is sponsored by PETRONAS SYNTIUM and powered by SLT MOBITEL with our co-sponsors Lab 57, House of Glass and AAAR. We've got close to 10 minutes of qualifying, which is now underway. Most of the drivers on track. With me doing a co-commentary is Irfan Fuad. This is amazing. With lockdown, we have everybody here in different places. This is truly what one would call a race at home, as each and every one of us is locked down in our own houses. Race control running from different locations as well. The stream running, Sabri Salam running stream from his house, and the stewards race control running from a different location. So there you have it. We've got 12 drivers on track at the moment, 11 drivers on track at the moment. We've got Adisha Kitwith, we've got Rise UM, we've got Devin Serasinghe, Kelvin Hauser, Inuk Madhumanachi, Mevan Vikramasinghe, Sachetana Patirana, Mahilal Pires, Sam Smith, Ziran Pereira. That's what you have, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PETRONAS SYNTIUM Race at Home Championship 2021, round 1 for the AM class.
Yeah, it's nice to join you guys today. It's not the ideal situation that we are in, but nice to see that we are somehow having the race from home championship from different locations that Nirosh have said. So yeah, looking forward to a good race. So the AM category is going on. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes.
We've got Adisha Kitwith now on screen from what I see, and we've also got Devin Serasinghe. A little while ago we saw him.
Nirosh, tell us a little bit about this cut that
Sabri, I'm coming up with the information now. This track is a wonderful track. It is in England, as all of us know, in what we call Kent. In the Kent track, it's FIA Grade 2 circuit. It's got a total of 9 turns. It's a short circuit, but a very technical circuit. The undulations and the track settings are very different to what one would normally have. We've got a lot of banked corners. I remember many years ago a driver telling me that when he was at the start line, his car was actually uphill at the start line because the grids are so long. Sometimes you've got a 36 car grid, and it's a long start finish straight with a bank. It's a total of 1.9 kilometers in length, and it's a fantastic circuit. Sorry, it's a 3.9 kilometer circuit. The 1.9 is the Indy circuit, which is pretty much a circle. We've got 9 turns, and the current lap record. I'm sure will not happen today in these cars. I'm not too sure what the times are. We're doing 129 from what I can see. These are GR4 cars, and as you can see, Rise UM driving a Mitsubishi Evolution today, beautifully branded car. Tiran is also there.
Yeah, Niroshan, just to add about the circuit today, the fastest mini in the world race is also happening this weekend in Brands actually in this very circuit.
Is that right?
So yeah,
This
it's
weekend, is it?
yeah, it's this weekend. So it's currently, I mean, it is happening this weekend. So it's a very popular circuit, as you said, and very technical, very driver heavy circuit. Yeah.
Technical, that's right, Irfan. You've driven on this track, am I right?
Yeah, I actually took part last year in the M category, so I have driven in this track. It's very challenging for the drivers. I mean, you
Challenging
have to
about
be.
what was so challenging about this track?
I mean, it's very technical. I mean, when it comes to the turns, and I mean, you can't lose focus. I mean, for one second, you miss. You try to, like, out break yourself. You will go out of the track. So it's very technical, as you said, and you have to be so focused that you can't try and overdo as well. As you see, like, some of the drivers are, I mean, I see some of the drivers trying that, and they are like going offline as well. So it's you have to be precise on your braking points, and so on. So it's very challenging.
Track was actually built in 1968, and they've had continuous racing on this circuit, and the layout of the circuit has not changed over the years. We've got drivers back. We've got Imesh Silva and Kitwith, Adisha Kitwith, who are on the start range straight now. Tiran Pereira has clocked the fastest time up to now, clocking a time of 1 minute 29.568, which is the time to beat. From what I see, Tiran is leading, followed by Kelvin Heuser and Mevan Vikramasinghe. For the benefit of our viewers, the race control is in one location. The streaming is being done at another location by Sabri, and Irfan and I are giving the commentary sitting in two different locations. So that's the order of the technology that we have in today's racing. It's wonderful to see the live stream taking place on this CMSC race channel as well. Sabri, how's the situation from your side of the pond? These are challenging times for everybody. As you can see, Imesh is being chased by Adisha. Adisha in 5th overall at the moment. Sam Smith 9th overall. These competitors having just over a minute and a half of qualifying left in them, as they all scamper to make sure that they all clock the quickest times today. Tiran still its way, and followed quite closely by Kelvin.
Funny thing that Iran is in real life, so he must be thinking that he's taking part in the world's fastest video, setting down the fastest time.
Tiran is actually a mini driver. Today he's hopped on to a GTR. The little mighty mini against the Godzilla of a GTR.
Pretty experienced drivers when it comes to, like, the esports. So Rise, Tiran, they were all racing in the pro category last year as well. So good to see a mix, new drivers and also the experienced drivers coming in the amateur category as well. So it's going to be a good race.
Quite a few are real world drivers as well. Tiran Pereira is in the real world. Sachetana Patirana, Rise UM, Adisha Kitwit, Imdad Hussain,
We got
Sam
Devin
Smith,
Singh as well, right?
and David
He's
Singh,
taking part,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
a national champion.
That's right. So Devin
Yes.
and Rice missed out on the qualifiers for the Pro and Am. I think that's why they are currently in the Am as they're relegated to that position.
Go into the final now. The
Nice to
qualifying
see.
just
Yeah, nice to see a good mix of cars as well. The Evos with four-wheel drive, rear-wheel drives, and the front-wheel drives. So it's a good mix of cars. Not no one sticking into one specific car, and so it's a nice grid to see with the mix that we have.
What do you think, Irfan? Do you think Rise and Devin are trying a different strategy to qualify later behind, or you think that they're struggling at this track and this new setup of cars as they usually do?
Yeah, I think probably they are so used to. I mean, they have been racing in the GR3 category for so long. I mean, it's there is a bit of a difference in the driving styles in that and also in the GR4. So I think they're still getting used to it. And I don't think, I mean, as I said, like they have been racing for a long time in the GR3. So probably they're still getting used to it. Not that they have the experience when it comes to simulator racing. So they are pretty much, I think, getting used to it.
So there we are. We have the qualifying, and Tirran Pereira sets the fastest time, and he'll be starting first on the grid. He's closely followed by who's that over there? Is that Kelvin? Yes, Kelvin. And then we have Mevan, Nimesh, Inuk, Rise, Adisha, Sachin. So let's see if we can put a good start out there.
starting order.
I don't think no
starting
one
right.
will be like sandbagging as well, right? Like it's going to be the finishing
Cars are
order
off.
of the qualifying river speed
Cars
as
are
well.
off. And Tirran Pereira in the first corner with Kelvin Hauser following very closely. And Mevan Vikramasinghe in third place. Inuk Madhumarachi in fourth. Imesh Silva in fifth. Rise Wem in sixth. Sachetana Patil in seventh. And Adisha Kitwit in eighth. There's a lot of hustling and bustling going along in the first few corners. It's going to be tight as they go in very close. Cars
Go really wide there, come back on.
it was a bit touch and go. In the first lap. So as we see Adisha Kitwit trying to get the better of Inuk and running way wide. Inuk not really closing the door, but this track doesn't really have the space for a lot of overtaking. You got to be patient, you got to wait. Yes, and there you have it. What's the
Iran seems to have pulled up a good lead and seems to be controlling the pace. Really slowly spreading out.
He's a very astute driver. I'm sure he's got his head screwed in the right direction. We see.
So we see Mevan being pressured by Imesh. Can he get the better of him here? And he goes for the switch over. And I think he just might be able to take advantage of it in the next corner. Let's see what happens.
Gone off somewhere.
Yes.
Tirran has had a bad moment.
Oh no. Looks like Iran has now dropped back. Having fight with Sachetana again. Back to the position. There are three cars moving alongside each other.
telling me that Tiran has a way to fight back, but Tiran has two tough drivers in front of him. He's got Devin and in front of him.
I think the stewards will have to review that. There seem to have been with such a
There was you can see Sam taking notes of all the little incidents taking place on track. Part and parcel of what the steward is supposed to do today. As we ride on board with Rise. These do come when the cars go four wheels off the circuit, or if they have bumped another car in an unsporty manner, the game automatically does give you further penalties as well. Iran is trying his level best as we watch with Devin Serasinger now hound Rise. Mevan, that's right. Mevan is getting a bit of pressure, but Devin seems to have fallen 7 tenths down now.
some space for him to catch up by the final corner.
Very close. If you look at it, the from 3 all the way down to 7, you're looking at nothing more than 1.5 seconds between them. It's amazing. It's amazing to see. After 4 laps, these cars, they're still very much in the hunt, and one leg or one tire in the wrong place, as Devin Sirasinger just saw, in the wrong place, the wrong time, you're going to get it. And Tiran has managed to close up, but braked a little too late and ran wide, and that cost him a little bit of time. Inuk Madhumarachi has dropped now to 8th, and Sachetana, after that little moment, I think he's dropped down to 11th.
So Inuk is one of our guys.
Devin Sirasinger has spun, as I said earlier. He got his tyre a little unforgiving.
Dropping back. Following Tiran now to hard chase to Adisha in the Lamborghini. And Adisha loses it on his own. So
His own, that's right.
Tiran got the better of him, and now he's hunting down Rise. Will Rise be able to handle the pressure?
The cool customer as well. Rise also has had. He took part in the Indo-Ceylon Championship last year as well. Rise has a lot of experience, and we ride on board with Inuk at the back. He's just got the better of Adisha Kitwitz. Beautiful line into that corner, and Inuk now trying to move across as Adisha tries to go around Inuk. Not too sure that's going to work. Yes, it did, because Inuk got pressured and put 4 wheels on off track, lost the place, and is now going to be under pressure from Sachatan as well. Sabre Tiran has caught Rise.
Yes, that is right. Yeah.
This is not really a nice thing
It's
to
about
say,
the
but
strategy as well, right? I mean, when it comes to fuel saving and the tires and your pit strategy, everything comes into play here. It's not a problem.
Tiran's trying everything in the book. He's not getting
Tiran pushing a little too hard, I would say. So
Yep.
there he lost quite a bit. Almost 3 seconds now the gap to Rise. So good defending from Rise to keep Tiran and let him try it.
told you, Rise is not an easy customer. He's a level-headed boy. He's got it there. He's quite. And out of the blues, we've got Kelvin Hauser, who's in the top. Kelvin is slow and steady.
Gunning away, and he's pulled a good 2.5 second lead over Himesh. Himesh also a very well known Ford Laser real life racing driver.
The only thing is that Kelvin's fuel is a little. He's used a bit more fuel than the rest, so maybe the others are running a different fuel strategy as well. Maybe they detune their cars to save a little bit of fuel, because if you look at it, we can see Kelvin has used a lot more fuel than Himesh and Mevan.
When do you think the first pit was going to open up the ocean? Around what sort of lap do we look to see the first guys start?
Lap 12? And if they're really lucky, lap 13. Oh boy, there we had another car going off.
Rice losing it there.
Rice
and he gets taken by Tiran. So Tiran now moving slowly back into the podium position. But as you can see, his tires have worn out quite a bit. He's also at about half a tank of fuel. So I think, Rice is really struggling. Wonder what's going on. It seems there are some good tires as well. Is he also overdoing it?
It's the pressure. It's the pressure. You see, Sabri, as we can see, Kelvin is an absolute novice. And so is Mevan. Himesh, we had him last year with us. But these guys are running away with it as well, in a way. And that's what this is all about. It's lovely to see newcomers come into the sport, stamp their authority amongst the seniors. I mean, it's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say.
That's right.
Gaps drop down to 2.1. Anything can happen, and 2.1 seconds the gap between Himesh, and Himesh carries a penalty of 0.2 seconds at the moment. Not significant to make a huge dent in his timing, but Tiran is minutely catching Mevan as we ride with Devin, who's dropped down now to 9th place, and Sam Smith. I wonder what on earth is going on with Sam, because Sam is generally a pretty good driver, and he's dropped all the way down to 10th. Devin is going to have to come in for a set of tires very soon, I would take it.
Is Sam still racing on the controller, Niroshan, or is he Is he on a steering wheel at the moment?
He's on a steering wheel because he's a super driver as well. We saw him drive his Porsche last year very well. Sabri, I have a feeling some of these guys might pull a run. Oh, there we've got the first of our pit stop boys. That's Kelvin. I told you, Kelvin had to come in for tires, but he's got enough fuel. I wonder whether this is really the right thing to do. He's going to have to refuel. I think he may have. And he's changed his car tires.
He's come out on mediums, so he's on another strategy over here for sure.
He's come out on mediums, and he's only put a splash and dash.
This is going to be interesting race. Let's see what's going to happen now. So Inuk's tires are really bad, so he's probably in for a pit stop. Maybe this lap or the lap after this for sure. And Tiran now on his way back up to podium position, but he seems to have maintained his tires reasonably well as well up till now. He's controlling his fuel as well.
If you look at 6, 7 and 8, there's a huge battle brewing there as well between Inuk, who's trying desperately to make his Mitsubishi Evolution the widest Evolution in the world, and Sachetana trying desperately to get the better of Kelvin. It's really unfortunate for Kelvin, because he needs to get past Inuk, and thank God Inuk has gone into the pits which will give Kelvin the legs now to get on with it and build a lead, because he needs to get out there. And Tiran didn't really work. Tiran has come out behind Kelvin at the moment, and he's got to have to now fight. He's just about to pass Sachetana as well. Oh no, Kelvin got.
I think that Tirante has pulled off a good undercut here, Miroshan, because by the time Kelvin went in for his pit stop, Tiran was a good six seconds behind, but he seems to have caught up. So this is going to be interesting. It looks like that when
Tiran is
hit him.
Tiran is running soft tires, huh? So he's going to have a little more track speed, but only problem will be, I hope Tiran's tires don't wear out, because that car is pretty thirsty on its fuel as well as on its tires.
So Sachetana seems to be holding these guys behind now. He's yet to pit, but he's really giving Kelvin and Tiran a hard time to pass. So this is also going to...
What
Tiran makes a move on the inside of Kelvin there. So there we go. This might be the race leaders now after Imesh. Let's see what happens. If they can get out of the pits before Tiran and Kelvin come through. And yes, Imesh is coming out. He's on the pits in front of Tiran and Sachetana.
Rise, the person who didn't really make out much out of it is Rise.
Yeah.
Because
he's not too far out. He's got fresher tires and a half tank of fuel. He should be able to give Kelvin a good fight, and he seems to be pulling a good. He's dropped about 0.5 seconds on this lap, on coming right out. Can he pass Sachetana here? He should have the legs, and he should have the grip. Yes, and he goes on the inside. Sachetana, not much that he can do there. Power of the GTR cannot be overwhelmed by the Megane.
I don't want to be the prophet of doom, but I'm hoping and praying Tiran's soft tires hold him in good stead for the next 6 laps. Because don't forget, this boy Kelvin, he is running on a set of mediums. He can run the distance. We are with Mevan as well now, who's in the pits, and he's only...
Imesh now in the lead, but with Mevan just 3 seconds behind and Tiran 5 seconds behind. What do you think, Miroshan? Is it going to be a close call?
It'll be an absolutely close call. You can see 4, 5 and 6 Rise, Sachetana and Kelvin now very much in the fight. Whereas Imesh, Mevan and Tiran and Rise to an extent have managed to get a little bit ahead of these guys. I hope they don't take each other out, because it will be sad to see Kelvin. He did a brilliant job, and it will be sad to see him lose out with his strategy here. I have a feeling that Kelvin is the man of the day today, because the others might run out of tires because they are really pushing themselves pretty hard.
Yeah, Sachetana still is yet to pit. I think he's really going to be losing out if he doesn't pit soon. But Kelvin, Rise, Mevan and Tiran, they seem to be the guys who are going to go take it to the line.
Tiran overtook Mevan.
Yeah, that's right. And he's on a 5.5 second gap to Imesh. So
he's got 5 seconds on Imesh. And Mevan is on mediums as well, so he's going to run long as well.
I think now the mediums are going to be see a disadvantage, to be honest, on this track.
You say that, Sabri? What's your expert comment on that?
Because these are short sprint races and we have 16 laps. We saw Iran do a good 8 laps without having to suffer on the softs. So I think moving on to the mediums, unless you were going to do an early pitch, probably is not an advantage. Two soft sets would have done a very good job, and that's what you can see Iran doing over here. Imesh also following suit with that. You can also see Rice on the same setup, and Kelvin. He's struggling on the mediums as well, so you can see Rice is also keeping a good gap in front of Kelvin, but Kelvin keeping him on a for now. Kick with
All about you forgotten all about Irfan. Irfan, are you there?
Yeah, Nurushan, I'm here, but I'm facing some network issues, so I'm hearing y'all here and there. So, yeah, it's good to see the new boys, Kelvin and Mevan, taking the fight to the more experienced drivers, Tiran and Rice. So, it's turning out to be a very exciting race. So, the last few laps are going to be really exciting to watch.
That was unfortunate to see Rice go off in the first corner all by himself. He got pressured a little bit by, I think, Adisha Kitwit pressured him, and he was taken by Kelvin, and by Adisha the pressure was way too much, and Rice went off in the first corner. He's now being taken by Devin as well. That's unfortunate.
So Kitwit,
as they try very hard.
Another real life racer in the Nissan March category. It's very nice to see a good blend of sim racing drivers and real world racing drivers together. Irfan also was one of those drivers for us last year who had the best of both worlds. Irfan, can you tell us what's the real difference between simulator racing and real world racing?
Well, it's hard to say that, but I think I found it difficult when it came to the simulated racing. One thing that I had little experience when it came to simulated racing, but trying to apply the same theories of real world racing was not working for me. Unfortunately, I don't know, but yeah, I found it hard to adapt. But it's actually a good platform nevertheless to start racing and get the real feel. So yeah, it's a bit different for me.
What was the lack of the feeling of G-force and stuff?
Probably, yeah. I think
was that what made it hard for you?
Yeah, and whatever said, the feel of the brakes, that makes a difference as well. You actually don't get it in the simulated racing. That yeah, you can set it up to actually come close, but to get those real feeling of the G-force, as you said, and the braking, I really couldn't get hold of it until a couple of races. So there is a bit of a difference there.
We've got 2 laps more to go, and let me take a moment to thank our sponsors, PETRONAS SYNTIUM, who present us the Race at Home 2021 Championship. We also thank MOBITEL, who've powered this whole process for us the last 2 years, by giving us all the data and the location. We're at the X station most of the time when we do run the Race at Home Championship race control. We also want to thank Lab 57 as well as House of Glass. They've tremendous support from Lab 57 logistically as well as with the technical know-how on how to run this whole thing. House of Glass and AAAR, who brought us all the promotional material to run this championship as we ride on board again with Rice and Devin, 2 real-world racers, 6th and 7th. There's no quarter given and very little quarter asked. 7/10 away from each other, as Tiran Pereira has set the fastest lap time of 1 minute 29.831. And incidentally, if he does continue to hold stead with this fastest lap, he does get additional championship points as well. So there you have it. Our race leader at the moment is Imesh, and Tiran is 5 seconds away from Imesh, and Mevan trailing in third place.
So Niroshan,
That's,
just explain to us a little bit about the extra point given for the fastest lap. What's the theory behind it?
Theory is that we make the drivers work for the championship points. In the qualifying for first, second, and third, you will get points where you qualify as well. Right? So you get points. So that
As I've made to understand, it's changed quite a bit from last year. What are the main differences from last year's point system to this year's point system?
the actual point system hasn't changed, but what we have changed is the starting order of race 2. So if you do, wherever you finish in race 1, your grid position in race 1 will be your reverse order of that in race 2. So if you win race 1, you will start at the back for race 2. And as an incentive for all drivers who take part in race 1 and race 2, they will get additional bonus points for getting the fastest lap. So everybody tries, the whole purpose is to get championship points. And we are on the final lap, we ride on board with Imesh. Imesh has pulled a little lead on Tiran. Tiran is now 6.5 or 6.7 seconds adrift from Imesh. And Mevan has come in third, with Kelvin fourth, Adisha Kit with 5th, Bryce OM 6th, Sachetana Patirana 7th, and Devin Serasinghe 8th. And there you have it. Imesh crossed the line, followed by Tiran. And Mevan, all credit to him, who's come in third. And Kelvin is coming in now, coming in fourth, 5 seconds adrift. With Adisha fifth.
Rise in sixth, closely followed by Sachetana. And we have Devin, Inuk, Sam, and Maya in last place. So the next race, we will run back to back with the round 1. We'll be back at Brands Hatch now with reverse grid, so we'll have Imesh, Tiran, Mevan all starting from the back, and Mahila will be starting the race from the front, followed by Sam, Inuk, Devin, and Sachetana. So be with us shortly. We'll come back to you after the break with round 1, race 2 with the reverse grid.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
And we've got Mahilal on pole and Sam Smith on grid 2, Inuk Madhumarachi on grid 3, Devin Serasinghe on grid 4, Sachetana Patirana on grid 5, Bryce Uem on grid 6, Adisha Kitwit on grid 7, Kelmin Huza on grid 8. That's lineup. 9 is Mevan. Bryce Uem jumped the start there, and I think he will incur a penalty, and he's dropped all the way to the back as Inuk takes second spot in a beautiful move on the inside. followed by Devin Serasinger and Sam Smith. Sam is now third, Devin is fourth, Sachetana fifth, Adisha Kitwit sixth, with Imesh 7, Kelvin Hoyes 8th, Tiran Pereira 8th, and Rai Zuem 9th. There you have it. We're into the first corner. The drivers all trying to spread their elbows a little bit here now as we go into the first lap. This is a 3.9 kilometer circuit with 6 turns. 9 turns in total. As we mentioned yesterday on our practice lobbies, this is going to be a tough one. Race 1 was won by Imesh Silva. Imesh, the young man who drives Ford Laser in the real world. And there we have it, one car I think went off. Yes, that was Mahilal, who was leading the pack. And I can see him, Inuk Matumarachi is now is leading the race. And for some reason, Kelmin pressed the pause button and was running on pause. Not really sure what exactly happened to him. I'm sure that was an accident on his part. And Imesh has come all the way from the back to third place. That's a tremendous achievement on his side. All these boys running on racing soft tires. Sabri, are you there with us?
Give me a second, Nirojan. I'm just helping Mdad with his settings.
Still in the lead. We've got a bit of a fight there from Rai Zuem and Sachetana PETRONAS, Sam Smith as well. Sam has dropped a little bit. He was third at one point and now dropped down to 7th. There comes Tiran down the inside in that mighty monster of a GTR, also incurring a penalty of 1.3 seconds for some kind of excursion that he may have done. Got his car slightly agricultural with 4 wheels off on this beautiful turf of grass. And Inuk still holding stead in first place. Inuk on his own is a brilliant driver. He's being pressured by Adisha Kitwit. I hope there's clean racing at this point. As Adisha trails Inuk into the next right-hander, hard right, downhill into the start-finish straight. It's a long, long straight. If I were Inuk, I'd cross to the right. Yes, I think he heard me. He moved to the right, blocked the inside line there as Adisha will have to go all the way right round him, and that's a tough one on this circuit. Starting slightly wide, but catching the apex beautifully. Inuk gets a good drive out of that corner as Adisha Kitwit comes almost parallel, but has to be in. Adisha trying the inside line. Yes, he makes it. And I think Inuk opened the door a little bit, almost losing 2 places in one turn. That's unfortunate. Inuk's got to put his head down now, concentrate on these braking points, on his turn-ins, the brushing points, the apexes, and make sure that he does not open the door for Imesh to come. Imesh also, as he saw earlier, he'll bide his time. They're both driving identical Mitsubishi Evolutions, different livery, but all these cars running all the sponsors' logos. And at this point, let me take you back and thank all our sponsors, PETRONAS SYNTIUM, who are presenting this event to us, along with SLT MOBITEL, who are powering it, as Imesh now overtakes Inuk on the inside. Beautiful move there, outbraked him, did the googly, and Imesh is now on his way hunting down Adisha Kitwit, who's 1.6 seconds away from grid 2. So there you have it as we go along, and we thank the rest of our sponsors, Lab 57, and as well as House of Glass and AAAR, who are our media sponsors. Yelmin Hoser there in 10th place, trying to go right round the outside in that mighty BMW of his, and Sam Smith saying, no such way, I am keeping my car clearly in front of you, and he does it. And it says Otto Smith on the side of it. That's Sam. It is all his branding there. Sam still holding steady on the inside. Kelmin trying his level best with the BMW. It's a nice rear-wheel drive car as opposed to the 4-wheel drive of Sam. Not too sure exactly how Sam. Kelmin giving a couple of nudges, which is not really on. and trying to dislodge Sam's and running a little wide. Oh, beautifully covered. That was a beautiful cover there as Sam and Kelvin keep it going. That's what it's all about. Sam still holding in front. Kelvin giving taps. Now we go to the top with Imesh and Kitwit. Imesh has now caught Kitwit, is on the inside. Sure, Sabri will have his comments on this one as well. 1 and 2 as Imesh beautifully takes an inside line. Wonder what happened to Inuk. Inuk was right in front and is now dropped to 7th place. Maybe he had a little moment and went off as we trail now with the 3-car battle which is brewing between Raizuem, Sachetan Patirana and Tiran Pereira. That will be interesting. Let's stay on board with Rise and see what exactly Sachetana and Tiran are going to do. It's a right royal sandwich there with Sachetana in the middle with the two Japanese cars in front and back as Sachetana tries his level best. That Renault very quick. Oh, that the stewards are going to look at Sachetana's moves there. That's really not on. And Tiran says thank you very much. And the stewards telling Sachetana the place back. And Inuk too got the better of Sachetana there. There was a bit of aji-baji going along and there was some side swiping between Sachetana and Rise. And we're back to the start where Adisha Kitwit is not letting go of Imesh. He's got his anchors clearly on Imesh's bumper and he is pretty much going with Imesh. That's interesting to see what Kitwit is going to do. Kitwit is a brilliant driver as well. It's interesting to see how these guys have taken like ducks to water in this kind of e-sport program. I mean, I'd love to have comments from Irfan as well. Irfan, if you're with us. And Inuk and Sachetana and Mewan. Again, we're having a lovely battle there with the three of them. Sachetana now drops to 8th place with Mewan getting the better of Sachetana as well. Let's see what Sachetana's game plan is going to be to take Inuk. Mewan is a decent driver, as the stewards say. Right next to me, Sam Hinkender, writing down notes about everybody who's knocking anybody. Sam, better known as the principal, who makes sure that everybody does their thing on time and makes sure that nobody sets a foot out of place. Unfortunately, no cane. He's only giving them warnings and penalties and asking people to get their places back. As Inuk still stays in front of Sachetana and Mewan, and we'll ride on board with Imesh and Kitwit. The gap still the same, with Devin Serasinghe now coming in and closing in on Adisha Kitwit. That's another interesting trilogy happening there. It'll be good to see whether Kitwit will get pressured by Devin Serasinghe. Devin too driving a beautiful car, as Sachetana does an absolutely phenomenal run on the outside, loses it and gets it all wrong and loses all the ground that he made. Even Kelvin has taken him at the moment. Not too sure what exactly happened to Kelvin, but this reverse grid does bring out the men from the boys. Imesh, who won race 1, starting from the front, has come up all the way from the back of the grid all the way to the front. And there you have it. This is race 2 of the PETRONAS SYNTIUM Race from Home Championship. Round 1, race 2, running in Brands Hatch at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Bright sunny day. Race 1 was slightly gloomy. Race 2 is a little better. As we go into this with a little bit more racing here, the sunlight between the two cars, which is 1 and 2, is now much less. It's less than 5/10 as Adisha Kitwith, Hounds, Imesh Silva once again, and we go with Inuk and Mevan. Inuk is holding up Mevan beautifully, hugging the inside line, turning it in very, very late. There you have it.
So
Inuk still.
Inuk again this time Nirosh suffering with the tires.
Is that the problem? Oh yes, Inuk's tires are really, really bad.
I think Mevan should be able to get the better of him at the end of this straight here.
Is it a phenomenon with the car?
I don't think so,
Some-
Niroshan. I think it's bad strategy and tire management.
That's the different, another herring in the whole process. As we see, Kelvin is waiting to see what exactly is happening. I'm wondering whether Kelvin is running a different strategy there as well. Yes, and Kelvin got the better of the mighty Ferrari, and the Ferrari got the better of Kelvin as well. So they are trading places.
So we have now 3, 4 and 5 jumping into the pit. So that's Kitwith, Devin and Tiran all in pit now. Leaving Rise and Imesh out. So Imesh also struggling with the tires in comparison to Rise, as well as the fuel. So there is a good possibility here that Rise could get a undercut out on top of Imesh if he plays it right.
Interestingly, first of our pit stop boys have all changed to soft tires.
That's what I said last race. Soft tires are the way to go for both pit stops in this race.
We still have Inuk in 3rd place. Oh, and there was a hard spinning Tiran Pereira. That is unfortunate. Tiran just came out the pits. I'm not too sure whether he's cold tires. Exactly. The tires were not warm enough. He braked, he lost the rear, and he went completely off. He's gone down to 8th. And we had
Kelvin spins off as well. Oh no, I think he's glitching. He might have lost his internet connection.
Yeah, but I think that's what happened.
So this is in sim racing. You have technical difficulties, unlike real racing where you have engine or suspension difficulty.
It's quite funny watching Kelvin come down the road.
So let's see what happens with Rise and Imesh. Who gets out the pits, and Imesh is just about a second ahead of Rise. This is going to be a close call.
You've got Mevan,
Imesh
is coming third.
Everyone is really bunched up right now.
Everybody is bunched up, and that gives our viewers a good feel of what motorsport is all about. Nobody's run away from anything here.
So Imesh struggling to... And there we go, Rise just manages to put it in front of Imesh. And he should get the better of Inuk on the straight as well. Inuk's got the racing line. Let's see what happens here. And Inuk manages to squeeze it, and Imesh comes in as well. So Good racing here. Good racing, and there Kitwit manages to put it just in front of Rise. This is not a track that you can go on the outside of. You have to stay on the inside.
Luke is just staying on the racing line. That's all he's doing, and telling everybody else, if you want to go around me, I'm there. As Imesh has gone round Inuk at the moment, just took.
Kitwit also managing to squeeze through there. And Rise manages to squeeze through. Can he hold it for the first corner? He can. And this is awesome racing. Devin also sneaking in there. Oh, it's questionable racing.
Unfortunate for Rise.
So this lap will have to be reviewed by the stewards.
Sabri. That was the commentator's jinx on Rise.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, and there was a coming together between quite a few cars. The stewards have knocked it down, and they're going to have a look at it. Four drivers incident under review at the moment. As Inuk has absolutely no grip on in his car.
Yeah,
he's got nothing.
He will really need to pit in now. This is the lap that he has to get in. Now he's just going to lose a lot of track time.
Anyway, he's going to lose out now because everybody else around him has pitted and finished.
So Rise trying to fight his way back up.
A lot of argy-bargy going on in the middle of the pack. The stewards going quiet a little bit because sometimes we've got to review some incidents as well. There's been a lot of contact on track.
Rise there, putting it on the inside of Kitwit, and he makes it stick. Meanwhile, out in front, Imesh is having a 1 second lead on Devin. Devin giving a good chase to Imesh. Devin there setting a fast sector for himself, best fast sector.
We're wondering whether Adisha Kitwit is on a roll to come back and take Rise. It's an amazing turn of events. Kitwit is back chasing Rise, and Rise is getting a little flustered in the last two corners. He did get slightly out.
Kitwit's tires slightly older than Rise's though, Niroshan.
How is he managing it? I think the tire management strategy is slightly different.
Yes, but the question is, will Kitwit be able to have the same grip in the next 5 laps?
Exactly. We have 4 laps more to go, and from the leader we are 3 laps down now. With 13 laps out of 16 at Brands Hatch. That means we've got 3 laps, which is roughly around 13 kilometers left of racing before they see the checkered flag. Quite a few drivers are having. Tiran loses it again on his own and drops from 3rd to 5th.
That GTR is a tough car to handle around a small track like this. As you can see, he's really struggling to keep it on track now. Strange, though his tires are in good form.
It's a big car.
It's a heavy car.
Lack of concentration for a split second sends you out like that.
So, better performance this race from Rise and Devin, where they failed to perform in the last race. Now they're in podium position.
Is the beauty of the reverse grid. and no sandbagging will allow it, because at the end of the day, where you finish your race 1, the reverse of it will be where you start your race 2. So either way, you have to race hard to get your championship points if you want to be a contender here.
That's right. So Imesh managing to keep Devin honest, starting to pull a slight lead. Almost 3/4 of a second from the last lap, and Imesh shuts down another fast sector. His personal best.
Does have a penalty. Imesh.
Yes, he does. He has a 0.9 second penalty, so he has a chance to catch that penalty up during braking. So when he's off throttle and the car is slowing down, the in-game penalty will reduce.
He needs to really get out of this penalty, because if he doesn't, and if he does, even if it's anything less than 1 second, the game will automatically give him a 1 second penalty. So he's got to get rid of this penalty.
That's right, Niroshan, but he's got 3 laps to do it. I'm fairly confident that he'd be able to serve his penalty on track.
He's got to really let off, because this track is such that you're pretty much on throttle at most points. You're very rarely, right, that the 1 second rule of either brake or accelerator is very, very tough here. The gap's now dropped to just a smidgen under a second. So technically speaking, Devin can smell a victory. Yet for all, he's got to make sure that he is on Imesh's tail, and Imesh is 1.2 seconds faster than his previous runs. That's also not the greatest. Let's see.
Let's see what happens. Let's move back down to Kitwith and see what's happening over there in 4th place. So not really gaining towards Rise and not really losing either. Tiran seems to be 6 seconds behind. I think it'll be tough for him to catch up in the next 2 laps. Further down, we have Saketana is in 6th, being hounded by Mevan in the Ferrari. We have Kelvin, who not really performing too well this race as he did the last race. I think struggles to make his way up the pack. I wonder what's happening with Sam Niroshan. You think it's the track and he's struggling? His pace is not the same as what he was putting out last year.
The drivers really find it difficult. Getting, Sabri, you've been racing all around, you know the drill. You have to get into that rhythm of what you're doing. Yeah. If you don't have that rhythm, and you don't have that feel of the rhythm around a circuit, you don't. And unfortunately, this circuit is so short that by the time you get your rhythm, you're almost at the end of the race.
That's true.
And I find the track is very narrow as well, and the runoffs are pretty unforgiving. You're either in gravel or you're in sand or you're on grass.
That's true.
It's and these corners have weird apexes. Some of them are banked. I personally find it really difficult to drive at Brands Hatch.
It'll be interesting to see what happens in the mighty mini, the world fastest mini race happening at Brands Hatch live today in UK as well. I'm told that we have Rohit Silva, who has prepared a competing car for it. We should all tune in to support a fellow Sri Lankan.
We are coming into the twilight time of the race,
and it seems that there's only 1 second separating Devin and Imesh. Both have penalties. Let's see what happens. Final bit to the end, and it's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think Devin might have it there, Niroshan. Rice comes in 3rd.
He will have it because they'll both get a possible.
Yeah. Kithwith
They
is
both
coming.
get a 1 second penalty.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. Run 5th, Sachetana 6th, and 7th. Mevan just not able to finish there. Kelmin, and then we have Inuk, Sam, and Mahila. I wonder what will happen with Imesh and Devin. Let's see. It's going to be a close call. We'll wait for the results to be generated by the game.
I'll leave you to do the commentary because I've got a little bit of administrative work to do here. We'll be back later. I'll be back later, and Sabri will continue the commentary for a short while.
We're just waiting for the final results of race 2 for round 1 of the AM class category. Imesh and Devin both serving penalties. Let's take a look at the race results. And Imesh manages to pull through with a 0.358 second lead on Devin. And there we have Imesh, Devin, Rise, Kithwith, Tiran, Sachetana, Mevan, Kelmin, and Inuk, Sam, and Mahila. That's the finishing order, and we have Tiran getting in the fastest lap again on this race, so he'll be getting an extra point for that. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll be coming back to you in about half an hour with the Pro Race 1 of round 2 of the Race at Home PETRONAS SYNTIUM Championship. We'll be with you guys shortly.
You're never gonna see. You are consistently breaking me. All that I've forgotten is us. Time's up, you're gone today. Nothing could make you stay. You are finished with me for now. Taking it all away.
Yesterday was my favorite place, but today I don't see nobody. All alone, no familiar face. Need someone to be right beside me. 7 days and 20 hours since you left. Different ways, your voice still popping in my chest. And I still hope, I hope you're coming back soon. You're coming back soon. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land. Magical, magical land. can't stand that you ain't here with me. My life's a mess, all because of you. Need you now to be right beside me. 7 days and 20 hours since you left. Different ways, your voice still popping in my chest. And I still hope, I hope you're coming back soon. You're coming back soon. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land. Magical, magical land. Magical, magical land. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land. Magical, magical land. Magical, magical land.
I was running on an empty heart, not a trace of gasoline. Trying to dim every single spark that could hurt, that could burn all of me. Like a soldier on the battleground, lying wounded on the field. I was fighting along with a broken sword. Now I'm caught in a war with no shield. If you hold me now and leave me never, say you'll stay with me forever, then I'll surrender, surrender. If you hold me now and leave me never, say you'll stay with me forever, then I'll surrender, surrender, yeah. I pushed and pulled all the ones that tried, then I watched them fade away. As I look around a vacant room, I see nobody left here to blame. 'Cause I made myself a prisoner, shackled up by all my fears. But I feel you breaking away at the walls, make them fall, make them all disappear. If you hold me now and leave me never, say you'll stay with me forever, then I'll surrender, surrender. If you
Thinking back to the days I fell in love, beginnings had an end, and I know this much. Just needed the time and place to see it through. Kept me holding on. It was always you. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. I just wanna move on until I found love, till I found love. I just wanna move on until I found love, until I found love. I'll be on my way. Running through the streets and the hills with you on my mind, thinking that what if? Just wanna know the places we have missed. If we both went on, would it be like this? If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. I just wanna move on until I found love, till I found love. I just wanna move on until I found love, until I found love. I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way.
Stay for the night. I know it's something you want. How can you say that you care when I can see that, baby, you don't? I wish you only knew all that you put me through. How could you feel that for somebody else? 'Cause I gave you my heart to stay for the night. Say that I'm not over you. I'm missing you. I'm missing you. I'm missing you like nobody else. I'm missing you. I'm missing you. I'm missing you like nobody else. I'm missing you. I'm missing you. I'm missing you like nobody else. I'm missing. I'm missing. I'm missing you like nobody else. I start to fade. You don't have the same look on your face. Already lost all my time. Just take me back to before all this pain. I wish you only knew all that you put me through. How could you feel that for somebody else? 'Cause I gave you my heart to stay for the night. Say that I'm not over you. I'm missing you. I'm missing you. I'm missing you like nobody else. I'm missing you. I'm missing. I'm missing you like nobody else. I'm missing you. I'm missing you
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream. So while we get the pro race one for round two set up and ready, we have Brian Pereira with us all the way from Australia, one of our leading drivers in the Sim Racing Championship. Brian, are you there? So Brian, can you take us through the lap around the Red Bull Ring, please? Give us a little bit of information about the track, the car that you're driving, and your experience as a racing driver, and how it relates to your driving in the real life.
So right now I'm driving the Porsche 911 RSI, and I picked this car for this circuit because it has a lot of fast front corners. So now we're just entering the last one and onto the lap. Usually flat out, everybody pretty close during the first lap. So I have to position yourself exactly where you should be. Hard brake into the corner, try to avoid the turns, like what I said. The yellow curves on the outside are a bit of a nuisance if you want to put the power down. Full throttle down the straight. Another hard braking corner, down the first gear, gentle with the throttle. And then we have to do that straight again. Usually in the first lap, everyone is using some laps. Cars will go 3 wide into this spot coming up. Down 3 gears. A little wide apex, get on the curb. Full throttle again. In the late apex corner. Try to get as much as speed through these corners without losing momentum. Now comes the bit, the last 2 corners are usually 1 gear down, but it's very hard to keep it on track. If you go off the circuit, the game does punish you by about 2 seconds penalties. And there you go, just a bit here.
Thank you, Brian. So Brian, tell us a little bit about today's race. I hear that it's going to be in the rain. So what are the normal changes that you make to the car or your driving style to adapt to driving in the rain?
So obviously for the rain race with the wets, the intermediates are also a choice, but on this track the intermediates are not that effective as the heavy wets. And for the car, I usually just keep it without traction control for most of the lap, but I need to bump it up to about 2 when I'm coming into certain corners because the Porsche is very happy going into really slow corners.
Okay. So you're able to do this while driving on the move?
Yes, the traction control settings can be changed while driving, but you have to be very careful with it. Sometimes when you're changing the setting on the steering wheel, it can increase the number more than what you want, and that slows you down through the corners. That's usually why I keep the traction control 0 control on the car by itself rather than the computer doing it for me.
So tell us a little bit about the setup you're using, Brian, to race. What's the configuration?
Default setup, because the game uses a balance of performance setting which balances out the car. The only changes I usually do throughout the lap is change my brake bias according to the corner. It helps me balance the car mid corner to give me a better exit rather than it being a little on edge.
Okay. And so, over the last 2 years watching you race, we've seen that you're a master of strategy and fuel saving and tire management. Tell us a little bit about how you devise your plan for a race weekend and how you come up with your strategy.
So in the past, the fuel depletion was quite high on this game. However, this season it's down to about 5. So in terms of strategy, it can be done with fuel saving, but most drivers will go for a flat out race. So it's pretty much about pace this time around. But in the previous years, I did the fuel saving according to where I was positioned on track. Because if you're fighting in the front with everyone who's on with pace, it's very hard to fuel save and run the race you want unless you want to lose position. So, however, this time around, people will be more on pace throughout the race, so it should be a straightforward strategy for most.
Thank you very much. And so you're a real world formula driver as well. You've been racing for many years, and your brothers have been racing the recent times with you as well. Is there any correlation between sim racing and real life racing for you?
Sim racing does help me practice on certain tracks, especially when I drive in India. The circuit, it's on most online racing games, so it does help me prepare myself for the races that I do over there. Regarding the real life feeling to sim racing, it's close, but it's not as close as people think it is. But it is a great starting point for anyone who wants to get into racing, to have a feel of what a race car feels like.
So, speaking to some other real racing drivers, we spoke to Irfan earlier, who was commentating for the AM Round 1. He mentioned that the differences that are there are because you can't really feel the car or the G-force and that sort of thing. But you've been able to adapt quite well. Drivers like you, Viren and Kushan and Asham, have adapted quite well. Tell us a little bit about how you made the changes to be a good sim driver and what it took to get better at the game.
So when I first started on sim racing, I actually used a joystick. But since everyone was quite quick from the get-go, I had to invest in a seat as well. The seat and wheel help a lot because it does help you feel like you are in an actual race car. In terms of G-force and feeling, I usually up the sports feedbacks to maximum. So the tiredness you feel in a real race car, you can feel on the wheel. Depends on whether you really test it out or you want it to be a little bit less demanding. However, the feeling of like air coming through your helmet or your body moving, it's not there. So if you are driving regularly out on a track when you switch to sim racing, it can be a little nauseous because you're driving with maximum force, like your heart's pumping, but because your body's not moving anywhere, it doesn't feel, the brain can't judge it properly. But once you get used to sim racing, it gets better. And if you use different viewing, like the camera angles for whatever you prefer when you use during the race.
What's the camera angle that you use when you're the in-car?
So I usually use the cockpit camera because I play it on my TV. So the TV is wide enough for me to have the full immersiveness, so I can see the right side of my car and the left. But I used to play on a gaming monitor as well, and on that I had it on the nose stand, like all the way to the front, just to be able to see more of the track without hitting anyone. Because on racing games, the driving standards are a bit less compared to real life, because in the game, if you crash, you can still go on. But in real life, obviously, if you crash, you're out of the race.
Okay. So, tell us a little bit about the setup that you're using, and for any newcomers who would like to get into the sport, can you just explain where they should start and what are the things they should look out for when trying to set up a new sim?
So usually, if you are setting up a beginner sim, the Logitech wheel is a really good value for money. In terms of a seat, you don't need it in the beginning itself, because a seat can be expensive depending on where you are in the country. Usually the wheel and the pedal can help it make feel like a bit more better. It gives you a full like racing feel. Plus, you can sit on your couch and actually play with the wheel and the pedals in front with the best very low level cost. Games that youngsters can play are usually Gran Turismo, because the game mechanics of the game are pretty good. But if you want to go a bit more pro, you can download iRacing on your PC, where real life races actually race on the sim. So you can actually look at Max Verstappen or Lando Norris doing races with normal people, and you can learn a lot from that as well.
All right, Brian. Thank you very much, and best of luck for you today. I hope you achieve a good position in the next two races coming up soon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
You can hear me clearly, right?
Yes. So we have Riaz Hafrat, one of our professional sim drivers, who's been racing for quite some time on the sim platform. Riaz, just say hello to everybody and give us a
Hello.
brief description of your recent past in sim racing.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Riaz. Actually, like you said, we started on the last season. That was my first experience of sim racing, actually. Never had a PS4 in my life. First time I owned one. So the first game I wanted to play was Gran Turismo Sport, and always wanted to get into the game, and never had a chance. So earlier I was driving with a joystick, but it was pretty hard to keep up with the racing and all. So I had to opt for a sim wheel setup. So I'm driving right now in a Thrustmaster E150, but it's a very basic wheel. Not much feedback like the E29, like the Logitech. So I had to upgrade the pedals. So by upgrading the pedals I upgraded to the Pro pedals, which offered in the E300. So that gave me a lot of feel to the brakes, since I could brake more, and so it improved my time drastically. So, and after that I offered to get a seat as well. So I'm having a play seat challenge, that is that foldable one. So that actually gave me a lot of feel of the car, the feedback. So I could feel when the car is structured now. It's basically, through my body I can feel. So those kind of setup, it's a bit expensive, the car seat. So hopefully in future planning to upgrade the wheel, because the wheel is with the competition now we have, it's quite competitive. So trying to upgrade the wheel for some time. That's basically That's the plan. Yeah.
So I can see that you're struggling to talk and drive at the same time. So just give us a little
Yeah.
insight of what sort of concentration that you need when racing, and obviously it's a game, but the stress and the pressure is obviously still there. So tell us a little bit about how you prepare for a race and the concentration that you have to put in.
Yeah, definitely. You have to concentrate each and every corner. You miss it, and you had it in the race, with the competition level that we are having right now. I'm very good drivers like Brian, currently driving, and Ren and Thiago, and Sean, Akil, all are very good drivers. So you can't make any mistakes. You can't take your eyes off even for a second. Even a gear change, you miss a gear change, you basically lose the momentum. So you have to concentrate on that. And before race weekend, you have to practice. You have to get your strategies. Practice different strategies and see what's best for you. So lot goes in. You can't just start and just drive it the way you want to drive. So it's like a real race weekend. Yeah.
Another thing that you're really famous for is some crazy strategies. One that paid off last race.
Hopefully, I paid off. So.
When you take risks like that, are they very calculated, or are those risks something that you do or die for?
Basically, this car, basically, I'm driving on that. So people ask me why I like this car mainly because it's not that thirsty on fuel. So you have some what we call advantage over that. So you can basically fuel save a lot, and depending on the track, the length of the track, the laps, you can actually go for a flat out strategy, or like a fuel saving strategy, and maybe do speed stop with only a tire change, or maybe without even this car, on tires, it's basically all around good. Like the Porsche, it tends to wear out the rear tires more than the front. So this is like and a balance tire wear.
So you're
in this car,
you're a BMW man in real life. So the question is, how come you didn't choose a BMW in the game?
I really want to, but the BMWs are very wild, on the track. Brian drove Z4 last season, last race. So, and hats off to him. He did that on the track. Those are very tail-heavy cars. Even the M6, or not the M6, the M8, it's a turbocharged. So those are bit difficult to control. So that's why I didn't opt for the BMW. Love to, but can't.
All right, Riaz. Thank you very much for your time, and we wish you the best of luck for today's race. Hope to see some crazy strategies again from you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we will be back with you shortly. The official race room is just set up now, and we'll be switching on to that, and hopefully we'll catch another 1 or 2 small interviews with a few drivers in that lobby. We'll be back with you in 2 minutes.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
were supposed to start at 2:30. We can start it even at 2:15. Up to you. Give me a second, I'm trying to get hold of Sam Smith. Okay, we are back in the mountains of Austria, where we hosted by the Red Bull circuit to round 2 of the PETRONAS SYNTIUM Race from Home Championship round 2, powered by SLT MOBITEL and our co-sponsors Lab 57, House of Glass and AAAR. The Ceylon Motorsports Club is proud to bring this championship to you. We brought it in 2020 and we're now running the similar championship in 2021 as well. The circuit, the Red Bull Ring, official qualifying is started. The Red Bull Ring, as it was known in the good old days, the A1 Ring before that, and now called the Spielberg A1 circuit. It's an amazing track of
So here we have the qualifying starting, Roshan.
Yes, we have the qualifying starting on this 4.3 kilometer circuit. Got 10 turns in total, and it's bucketing down. The weather is like in Malaysia. It's a terrible downpour of rain. The drivers are going to be tiptoeing across this circuit. And I'm sure none of them realized when they checked the weather this morning that it was going to be this bad. We've got 14 drivers on track with no technical problems, all of them running on wet tires. I'm sure none of them are going to change into anything other than the wets. The only thing missing are umbrellas. The marshals must be getting completely soaked. Thank God they're virtual marshals. And we're here. It's lovely to see all these cars with different livery. We thank our sponsors, PETRONAS, SLT MOBITEL, Lab 57, House of Glass, and AAAR. once again, a big shout out to the Ceylon Motorsports Club for having conducted this championship. Even though there is a lockdown in Sri Lanka at the moment, the officials ensuring that this event is taking place amid all the restrictions in place. It's absolute social distancing. We've got Sabri Salam and Niroshan on the commentary along with Irfan Fuad, and I'm told Sam Smith is also going to be joining us, where the 4 commentators are in 4 different places coming up with the commentary, as well as race control is running out of, which would normally be on a big station, is now running out of a house of one of us. And SLT Mobitel have ensured that we've got phenomenal data coverage to run this championship without any glitching. Sabri, over to you for your comments as well.
Yes, Roshan, trying times this is, but at least we're able to have a bit of racing going on, whether it be virtual or not. Something is happening. We're back to racing community here in Sri Lanka and globally. Hats off to CMSC for pulling it off yet again. Looks like
Honest, I got a couple of calls over the weekend asking, are you guys actually going to have the race? Yeah, why? What's wrong? No, the lockdown, yeah, carried on. I'm sure our officials are up to it. And a big thank you to our officials as well, Sabri, to you, to Sam, to Irfan, all of you for having put this thing together. I know it's not easy, and I know both of you are not feeling too well as well, but I'm sure the spectators, the drivers and our sponsors are very happy with the event taking place today.
that's right. And big shout out to MOBITEL for making it possible, getting us the internet connection out to our residents.
See Viren snaking around that monster of a car. Viren has chosen to run the Aston Martin, the Vantage. That's not an easy car to drive in under these conditions.
I must ask you, Niroshan, does this boy have a problem with choosing cars? Last year he chose the Subaru, and this year he is again an Aston Martin. I don't think there's anyone else who is driving the same car.
Have you heard of the old adage, dare to be different? And that's what Viren is. He's trying to prove his mettle by driving a car which is simply impossible to drive in conditions like this. Well, of course, he would have not known it was raining until he got onto the paddock this morning. But yet for all, Viren is a brilliant driver. He pulls out some phenomenal drives, given whatever vehicle. I mean, last year he drove a car which nobody even wanted to run. Only a rally driver would have run to that car, and he did pull a rabbit out of the bag. Sabri, you have to give it to him.
That's true. But the inconsistency seems like it's not there.
It's true. That is true. The Porsches seem to be the more balanced cars. Correct me if I'm wrong, the Porsche is not a turbocharged car, is it? Am I right?
The Porsche is a naturally aspirated car.
Normally aspirated. That is also very much easier to drive. It's not as throttle happy as the other cars would be, the turbocharged cars. I remember Thiago driving the mighty Mercedes last year, and you needed a extra fuel tank for the car. So, I mean, the Porsche is the smart option around this circuit today.
That's right. Sam, are you there? Sam Smith?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Sam.
Sam, how are you? How about your drive in the earlier race?
I was trying a very different strategy where I didn't pit, which meant I was on medium tires for both races. I didn't pit, but I was just trying to fuel save. So you would have noticed on the first 2 laps, I just completely dropped to the back. That was my strategy. It might have paid off had I not have spun. So I spun and lost about 10 to 15 seconds. Had I not have done that, I probably would have finished about 4th or 5th.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. So Sam, you drove a Porsche last year. What can you talk about GR3 Porsches running right now, the 911 that are running now? Why are they so dominant and almost all the competitors are using it? Can you tell us a little bit about why you think that is the car to use?
Of course. So I was driving the Cayman last year, which was in the GR4 category. These are the 911 GR3s, but fundamentally it's the same advantage. They are, as you said earlier, brilliantly balanced. And I think even fuel-wise, they're not too thirsty. You can manage it quite easily. It's not like a four-cylinder car, or not like an Evo or one of the WRXs, but it's very balanced. It's probably better balanced than the Cayman because it's a little bit less tail happy once you put the power down. But in these wet conditions, it's going to be a little bit of a problem if someone gets a little bit too eager on the throttle.
Sam, you give me your input. I've seen different sim settings. Under these conditions, I know I only have experience in a Thrustmaster. By increasing the sensitivity, you also find it a little difficult. The steering becomes much heavier, the pedals become much heavier, and it's more difficult to drive. But would a driver have an advantage if he increased his sensitivity on his sim?
If you're talking about the wheel settings, it's a very personal sort of. It's a bit of a personal thing. Now, we're also doing the Dirt Rally Championship as well. So for me, switching between Gran Turismo and Dirt Rally, they are two completely different feeling games on the wheel. So you like Dirt Rally, the steering settings are completely off for me, the standard settings. Where I find Gran Turismo to be a lot easier to dial in. So I haven't really found. I'm not using a Thrustmaster. I'm using the Logitech G29. So I feel like it's not too different. I played around with settings a little bit. I don't think it's too different. But if you're looking for the extra tenth, again, I think it's all down to personal preference.
You used to run very, very competitively at this circuit last year. I remember I remember you thrashed the Indian contingent at one of those events. But tell me, we were seeing lap times of 46.1 by Rushdie Irshan.
Yeah,
How
blistering right now.
Absolutely, he's on a roll. Like if you look at the gap between Rushdie and Kevin at the moment.
So I want you to look at Rushdie's in-car view right now, right? I've got it going on the stream as well. I want you to see how careful he is at the steering input. At the same time, we can see that he's using a bit of traction control the entire track. Now you see how smooth, calm, and precise he has his input into the steering. And then obviously with the traction control he can come on the throttle a little bit more aggressively as he exits the corner, unlike when Brian took us through a lap earlier and explained it. So this is the key to driving in the rain, and very, very smooth, very calm, very precise. This is what you need to be targeting for, especially at the Red Bull Ring, and even when it's not raining it's very similar as well, whereas the other guys are being a lot more trickier and
as a stream we'll see he drops into first gear here, and you see him changing into second very, very early. He's doing a very quick short shifts that he doesn't get the wheels to spin too much. That gives him that little edge where the car is quite stable coming out of the corner, whereas I see quite a few people getting very trigger happy out of the corner. Sam, what about you? What do you see?
I think we lost it.
No, I'm here. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because just like real life, you have to drive a car very differently when the conditions are wet. I mean, you don't have to be racing to sort of grasp that concept. So by changing up early or short shifting, like you correctly said, the wheels are less likely to spin up, and you're less likely to lose traction. It's not just about losing the rear end. It's also about putting the power down to the circuit and getting a better lap time, a better exit out of a corner in slippery conditions.
Many years ago, let me say 3 decades ago, when I did my first driver training, we were taught, the first thing that the instructor told me was the brake and the accelerator is not an on-off switch. You got to squeeze it, don't press it. And that, to date, I remember, in these rainy conditions, when we used to race the Formula 4s, you really had to feather that throttle through, otherwise you'd see the car coming around you. And these the GR3s are all in the same rear-wheel drive situation, and we come into the last 40 seconds of qualifying. We've got Rushdie.
So now we've got the grid. Rushdie Ishan is starting in first place, and we have Kevin, Akil, Tiago, and Brian, Shammi, Kushan, Viren, and then Ashan, Mevan, Adam, Sesh, Riaz, and Kurt. So, little shocking there to see Brian in 5th place, and Kevin up ahead of him. We have young Mr. Tiago Pereira in 4th, and Akil in 3rd. And it's a very clean start. See Kushan going really wild. What is he trying to do over here? No, nothing. But a good first corner, no argy-bargy.
Absolutely.
Racing.
Everybody will settle into their little grooves now, and it'll be interesting to see as Rushdie has already pulled a 1 second gap from everybody else. Cars are all snaking around. This is going to be a deadly one. People losing sight.
This is some superb racing, some really good driving here by the pro drivers, and that's obviously why they've all been selected to run in this category. They're running in the frame, so close to each other. This is fantastic racing.
Absolutely professional driving from everybody. No knocking. See, look at this corner. They're beautifully in and out of the corner. Oh, Kushan gets it all wrong, and that's unfortunate for the guy. That concertina effect, about 4 or 5 cars getting hit. Kushan losing it and coming across the track. That was unfortunate. He was driving very well.
I spoke too early, I presume.
No. It was just that he got a little too happy on the throttle, and a couple of drivers lost out of that. Yeah, it's a long race. It's 15 laps. It'll be interesting to see what each person's strategy is going to be. There are Riaz, who generally runs a single stop, and there you see Kushan and Mevan. They fall all the way back to the back, 14th and 13th respectively. That's unfortunate, as Rushdie backs up, punch all the way, 1.2 seconds away from Akil Disney. Kevin Paragal in 3rd place, Shamial is 4th, Ashan Silva in 5th, Kurt Martin Stein in 6th, Thiago in 7th, and Adam Junaid in 8th. So there you have it. It's a long race.
1 and 2 are cousins, Akil and Roshan. They're a good fight with each other. We've got 3 brothers in here as well, Kevin, Evan, and Brian. Very family-oriented pro.
Capri, are you telling me that between 2 families we've got almost 30% of the grid, or 40% of the grid?
Yes, that is right. And mind you, they're at the front of it.
Very well. Say they're doing extremely well. So Rushdie has pulled a 1.2 second lead now, about to Akil Rizni, and Kevin is not far off. It's interesting. In good days, they can see the men from the boys now. These guys are really.
Mr. Ashan Silva also running in 5th place. Seems like he enjoys to race in the rain.
I think this is just up his sleeve. There we have Ashan, yes, just up his sleeve. Ashan is quite close. Kurt is pretty close to him, 2 seconds away. And there's a lot of action at the back as well.
We have Thiago, who just took Kurt through the corner there. And we have Adam following Kurt closely, followed by Riaz, Brian, and Viren. So Brian struggling a little bit. Again, don't know if it's down to the choice of car for Viren. We have young man Sesh coming in, Seshan coming in the back.
Seshan is only 11. He's 11 years old, driving with the pros.
Driving with the pros in a Toyota Supra. So very tail happy car. Not very easy to drive, obviously, in a way.
He bumps it off the curb and keeps it straight. Seshan, a little 11-year-old kid. His first time running in a sim. He managed to beat all the AMs and get into the pro class. Father was a little concerned about it. I said, you're not going to get hurt, so don't worry about it. It's not like he's racing a go-kart in a professional class. The sim race, just go for it. I think he's doing pretty well.
And here we see Akil still keeping the pressure on Irshan. The gap just under a second. Very close competition, and Kevin we see dropping off slightly. Don't know if that's part of the strategy or whether he's finding it difficult to stay with the front runners.
It's a mixture of both, but Kevin needs to be a little mindful because Shami is not too far away. He's just a stone's throw away, and Ashan is catching as well. And there's not much of a gap between these guys. There is a gamesmanship in play where the strategy of fuel. I was watching what they're trying to do. These guys are really short shifting, Sabri. You have a look at the way they're gearing. You look at Ashan's gearing. He's not really throttling it through. The change of the gears is very early, which means they are fuel saving as well. I have a feeling they're trying to run it to the flag without a pit stop.
It's quite possible. We see Thiago now chasing down Ashan. He's gained about half a second on the last lap towards Ashan. He's also done a 2.5 second better time than his last lap. So Thiago, another very experienced young driver of ours. Very good kart driver, racer, and also very consistent in the sim racing.
He got taken, I think when Kushan went off, he went along with Kushan because he had nowhere else to go. I saw that incident and that dropped him and somebody else all the way down from 3rd, 4th, 5th. They went down to 7th, 8th, 9th. Kushan is a brilliant driver as well. Sometimes a little too enthusiastic, but overall Kushan's been a brilliant driver. All credit to him for all what he's done. I know he has two sims ready, one for dirt and one for Gran Turismo now. The commitment is amazing. I mean, look at Sam, as Sam said, Sam and them are also running dirt as well as Gran Turismo, as well as other.
That's true. So, Nirosha, what do you think is happening with Brian? He really seems to be struggling today.
Absolute Prost. He's a professor at this. He must be having something up his sleeve.
So he's trying to go around the outside of Adam, and he goes through the inside. So
what I call a professor.
Adam is coming back at it. Yes, and I think he can make it stick. He can.
No, he can't. No, he can't.
He was almost there, I think.
The inside line seriously compromises your exit speed because although you carry most, you think you're carrying more speed into the braking point and you've lost a lot of momentum coming out, and since your trajectory angle is very sharp, you can't get on the power as fast as Brian would have got out because Brian's car was lined up faster than other was, so that was never going to stick. So we've got Ishan, Akil, Kevin, Ashan, Thiago. Not sure who's fourth.
So Rushdie, Irshan managing to pull almost 2 seconds on top of Akil now. So he's picked up the pace, or Attila has dropped the pace, and Kevin is also maintaining a second gap to Attila. And
You know, Sabri, in real life, this circuit is always like this. It's in the mountains of Syria. It is amazing how the weather can change at the Red Bull Ring. And the other circuit, which is across the mountain, is Spa, which has equally fickle weather. But this circuit, you know, in the good old days, it used to be called the A1 Ring. And it used to be one of the most sought out after F1 circuits in the world. I'm not too sure, but I think they run the MotoGP here as well. Yes, that's right. Last Sunday was MotoGP at this particular circuit. And do you know it rained?
wow, I didn't know.
It rained. With 4 laps to go, it bucketed down. And unlike in cars, the bikes, the MotoGP bikes, they come in and they have a spare bike. They come in, jump off one bike, and the other bike is with the wet tires. They jump onto the other bike and take off. The guys, there were a whole load of them that were actually who were behind, who were on slicks. They jumped onto their spare bikes and they caught up and they won the race with 3 laps to go. It was a phenomenal race last weekend with MotoGP. And coming back to this race, Sam and Sabri, come on, tell us a little bit more about yourselves, this race, and how you all used to drive.
Sam, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, about the race, it's well, like you said, being in the rain, it would be much more difficult than how you normally approach it. So I think that's why we're seeing a couple of drivers struggling a little bit compared to what you might have seen them in the dry. There might also be a bit of strategy going on with the reverse grid, because if you think, okay, this car is not too suited for wet weather conditions in this race, maybe you think about just holding your place, hanging back without putting all your eggs in one basket and going for gold in the first race. I don't know, maybe that's going on as well.
Was a battle brewing between Ashan and Thiago, which has now panned out again. It's a couple of breathtaking moments for a second. The top 4 are pretty spread out. The gap between Ashan and Thiago now down back up to a second. Brian, as you said, Sabri is really finding it difficult with these conditions. He's right down to 7th. He was 5 seconds away from Thiago. Now he's dropped to 6. Oh, sorry, he's dropped to 3 seconds. So he's caught up. But I would have expected him to be coming up the order much sooner. And if I look at the fuel between Ashan, Thiago, and Brian, they're all identical on their fuel strategy. So
we have Kushan, who just made a move on Viren, and he's hunting down Adam at the same time. So Viren is also struggling this race.
Car. It's the car. Oops. So that's Viren.
So we can see that Kushan's got some fans also watching the stream and cheering him on. That's really great. You see some people also picking up on watching esports and cheering their favorite drivers.
Trying to go on the inside of...
Riaz has also taken Viren. So Viren really struggling here in Arizona.
You should sit the boy down and tell him that he should use his second car next time. These drivers having an option to choose 2 cars at the beginning of the year, and they cannot change their car. That car that they choose at the beginning of the year is what they have to manage with right throughout the year. And I'm really surprised that none have chosen the Volkswagen, because I found the Volkswagen Beetle to be a very steady car. It has tremendous acceleration, and on a short circuit like this, it would have been a nice car to have. It's quite decent with its fuel. The time management is quite good. I honestly expected Riaz to take the Volkswagen Beetle.
Sam, what's your thoughts on the Rolls-Royce?
It's good, but I kind of feel like most of these drivers wouldn't like the handling characteristics. You're absolutely right, Notion. But I think this crop of drivers likes to be able to lean on it a little bit, get the back just a little bit unsettled, because that sensation of speed is there. But
And
you know, like
Kurt
Glenn
goes
said,
in for an absolute dive on Riaz there and makes it stick. That was a little gutsy, but he made it stick.
do we just out of interest, do we know what Viren's second car would have been? This that he could have chosen.
I don't have the data with me, but I think Niroshan does. Niroshan, do you know what his other car is?
Only have the cars that they have been entered into, but I can get it up. Give me a second, I'll pick it up from the file.
So just to explain to anyone who is sitting at home not knowing what we're talking about, second car. So basically, before the start of the season, we were all allowed to pick 2 cars each. The theory being that some cars are better at other tracks than, say, another car. So you are given a little bit more flexibility, and it adds a little bit more jeopardy to the entire experience because you can. The tracks are announced on Friday.
I'm going to cut you in because we've got our first of our pit stop boys. Kurt Martinstein has come into the pits and he's in for his pit stop. I think it was more to do with the fuel than to do with the tires. He's in. And Sabri, to answer your questions, Viren's second car of choice is the Toyota Supra, an equally difficult car.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been.
So I kind of see why the Aston Martin might have been chosen.
There seems to be a race leader change while we were busy with other discussion. So Akil Rizni has taken the lead and now is about 4 seconds ahead of Irshan. I presume Irshan would have spun off or had an issue, and now Akil Rizni is the leader.
Irshan would have had quite a moment because he dropped 4 seconds, and that is quite a long time in motorsport. But if you see, Kevin, he has also slowed his pace as well. He's down to almost 2.5 seconds behind Rushdie.
Yes, that's right.
All going to take this all the way without a pit stop.
I think Viren also had pitted Niroshan. He seemed to have got in a lap or 2 ago. So far, Kurt and Viren seem to be the only 2 gentlemen who have gone in for a pit stop.
So
Thiago also still unable to make a move on Ashan, but keeping a very close gap, just under a second still, but no moves to make it stick.
Nobody wants to really make a move and lose out and go down the pecking order as well. They'd rather stay where they are and get some kind of salvage, some kind of points. Because I know I saw them practicing even up till this morning, and all of them were practicing in the dry.
That's true, and this race is really going to mix up the points table. We'll most likely see a new championship leader at the end of this round, as Brian is struggling to make up the positions that he needs to stay in front.
This is what it is all about. We don't want anybody running away with the championship. We want it to be. We want there to be a nice even spread of the championship. We want there to be different leaders, and the fans of all these drivers coming out and cheering everybody, which is like what you said about Kushan and his fan base. It's amazing to see all these cars, drivers. But Sabri, you have to give it to them. Have Sam Kinkender, the steward here, with a pen and a paper in his hand, watching all these guys driving. And he has not had a single situation where he's had to write anything down in this particular race. It is an absolute testament to what they're doing. All the drivers are very, very disciplined in their driving styles. And one thing I do have noticed in this race, that the drivers are very patient and they're not putting their nose in where there is no space to make a move stick. which
Now,
is
if
absolutely.
we watch Mevan Pereira there get the better of Kushan, who just slid off the final corner, a little bit greedy on the power, and we see Mevan get the better of him. And Kushan coming back hard though. Let's just watch his battle do a little bit.
Very good drivers. Both of them have raced in the real world, and a lot of respect from each other to each other, and they are very aware that Principal Sam Stewart here is waiting to give them a caning at the end of the event. So they are all making sure that none of them are doing anything which is outside the boundaries of acceptance. Kushan seems to have dropped off a little, Sabri. He was on Mevan's tail, but he's dropped off quite a bit. And I think Mevan made a mistake as well. Anything can happen in this race from what I see.
Now young man Seshan also is doing really well. Staying in front of Viren, Nadam and Kurt. This boy driving the Supra, not an easy car to drive in the rain. Doing a really good job for his age.
Experience he has is very limited in comparison to the people behind him.
Exactly.
Viren, Adam have raced last year's championship, and they've Adam for sure was, I think, second or third in the championship in the M class last year. So all credit to Seshan for what he's turning out here. It would have been brilliant to see Seshan driving a different car. I'm not too sure what exactly his second car is. Seshan, I think, chosen two Toyotas. He's chosen an FT1 and a Supra. So both cars of his choice being the Toyotas.
We have young Adam Junaid behind chasing Viren. Our talented rally sim driver, national rally champion, Shafraz Junaid.
Sabri, let's take it up a little bit. Just as we speak, Brian managed to get the better of Thiago around turn 4, and I think.
And Thiago makes it back. So this is a good battle going out here. Ashan, Thiago, and Brian. So Brian has picked up the pace. This is a very interesting battle going on.
Brian had something up his sleeve. Maybe not to be on the top, but these moments are
very late into the race where he's coming up the order. So.
But as you say, it'll be brilliant to see these three drivers because they've got a lot of respect for each other. They won't go knocking each other. They will make sure that they get the right line into the corner and brake at the right point and not take anybody else out.
See, I think Brian should be able to take Ashan here. And he does. Can he make it stick? Can he make it stick? Yes, he does.
Oh. That's phenomenal car control in whatever condition, I think. Amazing drive.
So now Thiago, I know one thing that Ashan struggles with is concentrating over the duration of the race. He finds it very difficult to concentrate as you don't get the real life effects to keep you alert. So he tends to lose a bit of concentration towards the latter part of the race, and I think that's what's happening here. Because Thiago is also gaining on him quite fast.
We've seen drivers gain, but passing is a totally different ballgame. Catching, they're all snaking around. I can see Thiago trying to put his power down, and it's not as easy as it is. The rear wheels are rather worn out, and in the last 15 laps, these two have been battling each other and they've got nowhere, and I don't see a huge change happening in the next 2 laps. As you see, in my opinion, Afshan is getting slowed because he's looking over his mirrors as to where Thiago is, and Brian is pulling away thanks to that as well.
Thiago switching all over the place.
Absolutely twitching.
Yeah, he lost a lot. He lost a lot of time.
That's an absolute testament of how you get a penalty. Put four wheels off the road, off the white lines, you get that penalty. I think Ashan will incur similar penalty as well because he had four wheels off as well. No, he hasn't. He's lucky there. In that corner, you're given a little bit of altitude to run wide and it. Pulls away. Ashan has managed to have a little bit of breathing space. I can't say really having a little bit of sunlight because there isn't any sunlight at Spielberg today. All good. Let's be right. Me, who's really seen no action. Kevin, who's seen no action. And Rushdie Shan digging his heels and wondering what on earth happened to him. He's lost out from a very, very sure win in this race to second place at the race 1 of round 2 of the race at home. And I don't want to jinx it, but I have a really, really bad feeling about the fuel content that Rushdie Irshan has. He's got a lap to go and the light is already blinking, and I have a really bad feeling of this. I don't want to be the prophet of doom here, but this could be one of those moments that he has mistimed the fuel concept. Even Brian is having the same issue. He hasn't even got up to the last lap and his fuel light is blinking before the pit entrance. Same goes for Thiago, and Afshan is pretty much okay. He should be alright, but I have a feeling that Thiago, Brian and Rushdie may have to do a bit of
So we see that Thiago has also got ahead of Ashan.
It's because he's changed his fuel mapping. These guys have been running in a way that, they've been conserving their fuel to run the full distance. But I think Thiago was running a different fuel map and now thought, look, I'm going to get thrashed unmercifully by the whole grid if I don't change my mapping. And right now, this is the only time that he's got to redeem his little bit of himself. As even Brian can see the light flashing. My worry is for Rushdie. Rushdie's light is absolutely on fumes at the moment, and you can see the car. He's coasting the car. Yet for all, the gap between the 1 and 2 has dropped to 1.8 seconds. That's brilliant.
So we see Akhil Rizvi now, race leader, coming in final set of corners.
To Rushdie, never say die. Absolutely never say die. It's an amazing drive by Rushdie Shan and Akhil Rizvi, and they didn't put wrong.
And Rushdie has really put his foot down the last bit, gaining quite a bit of time, dropping the gap down to 1.5 seconds, but unfortunately it could not make an impact. Kevin Pereira in a tremendous third place, Shammi Alvis coming in 4th, Ryan Pereira, what a drive from the back, getting himself off the grid. Thiago struggling the entire race to pass Ashan, but does it in the final few laps to gather the 6th place. Awesome drive.
Salute, congratulations to all the drivers. We didn't have a single exception.
Real life racing drivers here. Ashan and Kushan just finishing seconds beyond each other. Evan, Riaz. Oh, and Viren has a knock with Seshan there as he passes the line. We have Adam and Kurt coming in 13th and 14th. The yellow flag.
The incident after the finish or before?
Just before, so that'll have to be reviewed. Did not catch it properly on screen. So there we have it. Akhil Rizni, Irshan, and Kevin Pereira, podium sitters for this race. Well done to all the drivers, and we shall be back with all of yours shortly.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
hang on a second. Simply hang on a second. Call me on my mobile, please. I'm here waiting for. We're going to start now. Yeah, done. Fingers crossed.
Welcome back. So qualifying is about to start.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
Tsukuba in Japan, right? Same thing with circuit, the long sweeping corner, which is, we would presume, one of the longest straights where you would keep your flat out. The mid section is quite technical. Balance of the car is very important. You got a left, right, a left, a right. Got to keep the car momentum right, the balance of the car right, and make sure that the car doesn't slide around, losing the tire wear that you have, as well as finally on this circuit, the left front wheel getting quite a bit more wear than everything else. Got 12 drivers who are now starting their qualifying run. This circuit is total 14 turns. Quite achievement because the straights are very, very long. So one of the longest straights in the circuit. Excuse me, in Tsukuba in Japan. Witness a 40-kilometer race, 20 laps on a 2-kilometer circuit. Tiran Pereira has managed to set out the first representative time of 57 seconds, which is under a minute, which is quite an achievement. The mighty GTR, with its long legs and lots of power, the car will perform extremely well. It's a long straight. The car is also very, very good. Tiran gets 4 wheels on the grass and manages to get past Sam Smith. We heard Sam a little while ago giving us the commentary as we go into race 1 of round 1 of the PETRONAS SYNTIUM race from home championship round 2, which is in Tsukuba. We've got this whole championship being powered by SLT MOBITEL. All credit to SLT and MOBITEL for providing us with adequate internet speed to run this championship all the way from our homes. It's a true testament to the technology that we have. We've got race control in one location. We've got 4 commentators sitting in 4 different locations, all giving their expert commentary on the proceedings of today's race. We have 57 us with all the technical support as well from that side, and House of Das as well as AAAR, who are providing us with the social media stuff, which makes this championship happen. Tiran Pereira still clocking the fastest time. As we see, one of the drivers may have had a technical issue and has left the room. Tiran Pereira still reads the back with Mevan Vikramasinghe following very close, and with Imesh Silva in 3rd place, Kelvin Hauser in 4th, Sam Smith in 5th, Sansetana Patirana in 6th, Emdad Hussain in 7th, Adisha Kitwit in 8th. That's our lineup. We've got drivers who are in the pits. With 4 minutes more to go to end qualifying, we are in We finished 60% of our qualifying at the moment. Sabri, can we have some comments from your end as well?
Yes, so the AM category seems to be giving us a lot of technical improvements in the last round. Still ironing them out. At least this weekend we are able to get them running in the first place. A little bit better than we were last.
We do have technical issues all around. We've had Rise who's lost his internet connection, and we're trying to figure a way that we can include him in the race. You've just seen Kelvin Hauser, who had a bit of an agricultural moment, went off, hit the barriers, and there we have it. Tiran Pereira has bettered the time again, 7:013, which is about the fastest time achieved by anyone on this circuit. He's going faster again, got a purple sector again, and Imesh Silva is 3/10 down. Again, it will be interesting to see what this mighty car can do, because 20 laps around this circuit is quite a lot on its tires and on its fuel. So they're bound to blink at some point and come into the pits for tires and fuel during the race. So again, strategy will play a vital role, and the cars have to get up and go and pick up a fairly good pace at the start if they want to do a very late pit stop.
How many laps are we running today at Super?
They are running 20 laps, and it's a 2-kilometer circuit, so we are looking at 40 kilometers of racing. That's a lot of racing on a circuit like this. Sabri, although the track is only 2 kilometers in length, the corners that the track has is more than the Red Bull Ring. This track has 14 corners as opposed to 9 corners at Red Bull circuit. So the wear and tear on its tires is going to be much greater than what the Red Bull Ring circuit had. Also,
This is a very similar track to the Panama circuit.
It is. The middle section reminds us all of Parnala with the up and down. The only difference being that there's a slight left hand after the start finish straight at Parnala, and you come right round climbing that hill. But apart from that, you're very right. You're very right. This is very much like Parnala, right where it is now. Do we have Viren Boteju for any comments?
I was trying to get a hold of him, but no, he's not there. Let me see if I can pull somebody else down.
Someone like Brian or Viren or somebody else?
Yeah.
Give us there.
Let's try to get Ashan in.
Let's start with Ashan, that's the man. It's a Rainmeister himself. As we ride on board again with Tiran. He did in lap 2. I don't think he has achieved that time again. Wondering whether it was one of those runs which was out of the box that he did. I can't figure what he did in that lap. That was the best of us. We really don't know what we did in that particular lap to achieve the time that he achieved. Still keeping a 3/10 gap on Imesh. The only thing is that your qualifying time may not be representative. We have the grid lined up.
So there we go. We started lap 1 of the 20 lap race. Diran Pereira already pulling a 1.5-second lead. Mighty Mesh Silva coming up behind him. Oh no, we seem to have a drop on the internet at the race central.
Sabri, we're going to restart this particular race because of the problem with Rais Hussein's internet. We're going to restart with the same qualifying order with Rais Hussein and Rais Wem at the back of the grid.
Pieces of my heart, like windows in the dark, looking out for something that's missing. Colors that don't change, all turn to shades of gray, staring in the night for vision. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me? I'm all out of love. You say you've got enough for the both of us. We'll make it, baby. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS, singing SOS. And I shoot up a flare, throw my hope in the air, singing SOS. Can someone save me?
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
Ashan Silva and Viren Boteju with us in the commentating box. Hi guys, can you hear me?
Hi Sabri.
Hi,
Yeah, we
Sabri.
can hear you.
So, can you tell us a little bit about your first race today? What went wrong, Viren?
Mm,
Either performance anxiety or wrong choice of car?
yes, thank you for putting me on the spot, Sabri. No, it's nothing to do with performance anxiety, but yeah, the car does seem to struggle compared to the Porsches in the rain.
Ashan, you had a good race going on. I heard you had some technical difficulties. What was the issues you were facing?
Yeah, so it was I got some glitching, so cars were moving here and there. I couldn't adjust very well, and I think I have touched few cars as well. But yeah, it was happening throughout the race. But I was lucky to be in the race and win the race.
Sorry to cut you in, but the race is going to start in 5 seconds, and the stream will be up and running. Is happening now.
Yeah.
Get ready for the race. This is the race 1 of round 2 of the M class of the PETRONAS SYNTIUM Race at Home Championship, powered by SLT MOBITEL and co-sponsored by Lab 57, House of Glass, and AAAR. We wait for the cars to take off the start line, and we've got expert comments coming from Ashan Silva, Viren Boteju, and Sabri Salam. Boys, over to you.
So we have Tiran Pereira, Imesh Silva, Mevan, Kelmin, Sam Smith, Sachendana, David. First 8 positions here. Clean start so far. We'll be running 20 laps on the sunny side of Sukuba now. And we have 2 players who seem to be glitching yet again. Erosion has race control noted glitching.
We have understood it, and we've told the drivers that if they do have a glitch, that there's nothing that we can do. We've restarted everything twice, and we've got Tiran Pereira in the lead, followed very closely by Imesh Silva, 2 Japanese giants here, 1 Nissan and 1 Mitsubishi, as they come past the first lap.
So we are facing a little bit of technical difficulties. We don't have any time gap. So the details in between the drivers. So let's just try and watch the race the way it's going.
Time gap between 1 and 2 is at the moment is 6 tenths, and the gap between 2 and 3 is approximately 8 tenths. And we still have Tiran Pereira leading the pack by a smidgen and a half, as a couple of cars get rather sideways. Still having problems there with the.
Yes, we seem to not be having any telemetry coming in from the race. And we also have Rise Uwem still stuck in the middle of the track. I think if Race Central could ask him to step out of the room, it would be better.
That Rise is on the track as far as we see, Sabri.
Is he racing?
Yes, he is in 11th place at the moment. He's chasing Sam Smith a little while ago. Rise had a problem. He went into the wall a little while ago and then corrected himself. He was doing quite well, but unfortunately he had a moment in the wall, and now he's back on track.
Just give me a second. Let me try and sort out the screen. Meanwhile, Viren and Ashan, you can give in a few comments.
And how was your drive? lap 4 of lap 20 as the cars go neck and neck into the corners of Tsukuba. We find these cars all equally powered. There's a balance of performance in place. All cars are pretty much equal on weight and power. The game manages to do that very effectively to ensure that nobody has an advantage. As we watch Kelvin Hooser is in BMW M4, beautifully branded with the Sri Lankan flag, running on circuit. And we find Tiran Pereira still in the lead, 56 seconds and 9/10 is his timing as we go with Sachetana Patirana, and right on his tail is Mevan, and we've got 4 cars now in the same frame as Mevan looks down the inside of Kitwit, looks down the inside of Inuk. Inuk just keeping the door open, but Inuk on a switchback manages to get the better of Kitwit. There you have it. Kitwit is 7th place, Inuk in 6th, and ahead of them is Mevan in 5th with Sachetana in 4th. Tiran Pereira still leads the pack. The timing has not changed. Kitwit trying his level best in that Huracan, not an easy car to drive, but Devin Serasinger on Kitwit's tail as well. Devin driving a Renault. It's a tough car again. Devin driving the Renault Megane. It's a lovely car. I have to say this car handles beautifully. It has an amazing amount of power. Very, very well balanced car. If you drive it right, that's the car. I'm sure that's the winner of a car. And unfortunately today it doesn't have the legs of the GTR, because the GTR does have a lot more power for the long straights here. As we go back to win and ride on board with Tiran having managed to pull a 3-second lead of the Mitsubishi Evolution. I'm not quite sure whether this is the right way to go about it, because the tire wear of the BMW is brilliant. And I have a feeling that Kelvin Hooser may not pit this whole race. Tiran Pereira is running 20 laps on these tires. It's going to be a tough call. Tiran may have the fuel, but his tires are going to get the better of him. Whereas Imesh, running the second of the Japanese cars, again having the similar problem. The tire wear on that front left wheel due to the long bank corner, which is really, really long corner. I'm not too sure exactly how it's going to work. Continuously having a commentary, not realizing that stream was not there. But anyways.
Now the stream's back up there.
So we can see the timings again, but nevertheless, the timing set by Tiran Sabri is 56.916. I'm not too sure exactly how the timings are panning out with you.
Yeah, we just started receiving the timings.
See, these things do happen when running from different locations thanks to the lockdown in place in Sri Lanka. All credit to Mobitel for having given us the connections. That was a bit of argy-bargy there between Inuk and Ketwit. That was okay. It was a racing incident. The cars did turn in a little late, but that's okay. And there you have it, Inuk chasing behind Nisha Ketwit. It's a nice trio of cars. Right on board with Sam Smith and Rise of him. Identical cars, perfect balance, 2 real-world drivers. Let's see who's going to be the one to blink first into a corner. And Sam makes sure that he covers the inside of that corner. Not going to give it in. It's going to be one of those long days today with 8 laps gone on 20 laps at Tsukuba in Japan. It's a sunny day.
Rise to Fame is again a sitting duck on the track, Roshan, for us. So we'll have to keep everyone updated on his life.
Sam Smith is right ahead of Rise OM as we see it. Rise had a moment and he went off, all four wheels off on the grass and came back, and that's what caused the whole problem with the timing to change. That's what I told you earlier. Our timing here for the fastest time received by Tiran Pereira is 56.916 seconds with 9 laps into the race. It's something which has to be looked at from the other side. I'm sure we can sort that out down the line as we have the first of our people, Imesh Silva, going into the pits. And Imesh at the moment going in for some tyres, because I feel that Imesh's tyres were the ones that got the better of him. Tiran Pereira's tyres are gone as well, and but he's managing to stay ahead, and I'm sure he's going to run a little longer, a little wider, make the car not as much to make sure that he doesn't lose his tyres. Meanwhile, Kelvin Hooser, he has managed his tyres beautifully. I have a feeling he might run to the flagged out pit stop. He should be okay. The last couple of laps in this race will be very hairy for him. And there you have it. Imesh Silva in and out of the pits. He's down back in 5th place. Brilliant drive on the young man's part. He's being chased by Adisha Kitwith. Adisha not going to give up that Huracan, followed by Mitsubishi Evolution of managing at the Renault Megane by David Sarah Singer, all the way there as we wait for Kelvin Hauser, who's now going into the pits. He's decided, we heard him on the radio saying coming in for a pit stop. With Kelvin has gone in Tiran and Adisha Kitwith. So Rise OM has gone into the pits as well. We've got a whole gaggle of cars in and out of the pits. Tiran has come out in the lead as Mevan follows Tiran by 3/10 now. It's a close battle for 1 and 2, and even 3. 2, 3, 4, they're all very close to each other. It'll be interesting to see where exactly it is, as Imesh has lost the place to Mevan. Mevan has now taken the place. Mevan Vikramasinghe in his Ferrari 458 has taken place.
And Imesh goes in, dives in. Can he stick it, or will Mevan get the switch back? Imesh manages to hold it.
Also battling tooth and nail here. The Japanese car trying to outrun the German machine. As we look behind, something really went wrong as really did a very, very late run, and he hit the wall and he's gone to 1.4 seconds. Absolutely unnecessary. He should have understood that he was going to the pits very much earlier, and that whole incident gave him 1.4 seconds by not turning into the pit lane. Kind of incidents. Sam Smith, you see, nicely takes the inside line as Devin Serasinger gives him a love tap, says, I'm here as well. Sam is having none of it. And needs to fight the contact. That's it. Devin Serasinger sliding around the circuit now. Lovely to see this car, the Renault Megane, in the blue, orange and yellow colors of his sponsor. Seat tires. We have drivers being sponsored by Seat. We've got drivers being sponsored by Maxxis. We've got 2 drivers by Maxxis, and Ashan Silva having the Maxxis branding, as well as Adam Junaid carrying the Maxxis branding, and Devin Serasinger and Devin Serasinger carrying the Seat branded car he drives. Positions keep changing between Inuk, Mevan and Devin, and Adisha Kitwith now joining the party with 4 cars here, all trying to vie for honours. Everybody trying to see whether they can run long and avoid a pit stop. Tiran Pereira, meanwhile, has really stamped his authority. And at the moment, Tiran is leading the pack by 4 seconds, and we will go right back again with Sam Smith to find out exactly what's going on there. Inuk had some kind of an incident. He's gone down. Sam and Mevan are now fighting for 5th and 6th with Adesha Kitwit and Devin Sarah Singh, all 4 in the foray there. I can see in the background there's another car catching, but the main race, the main fight here is between these 4 drivers. Guys, I'm not giving up. Sam, amazing drive on his part. I wonder whether this car will really hold stead all the way. It is brilliant to see. It's clean driving as Adesha dives the inside. I hope he can make it stick. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And there he gets the better of Mevan. Mevan is not going to give up these 2 Italian cars. They've got quite a bit of pride in them. One Huracan and one Ferrari. They're both trying to show supremacy here. The Japanese just managing to go as Adesha Kitwit finds the perfect line there, and Mevan rides with him. Rise goes along with him as well, but Sam has the better of it and tells Rise no way, but Rise makes the switch back and makes it stick. So there you have it, 5 cars in a gaggle here. Brilliant racing. We have Rise, who has now taken the inside line and now gone up to 5th place. Behind Rise is right up on Rise is, you can't really see the cars from here. We've got Rise being followed very closely by Mevan, and Mevan being chased by Kitwit. So we've got Mitsubishi Evolution followed by Ferrari 458, and then a Lamborghini Huracan right behind him. Now the drivers seem to have fanned out a little bit. They've all got their breathing space, but the 5 cars are within the same 1/10 of a second or 2 as Mevan looks down the inside of Rise. Rise has come all the way from last place. He started in last. He's driven up all the way up to 5th now. I'm not too sure whether he can get up within the next 5 laps up to Kelvin Hauser, but the gap is reducing. It was 5.3 seconds, it's 4.8 now. Means Rise is not under pressure from Mevan. He is stamping his authority and getting it going. Brilliant drive by Rise. The gap not really changing between the top 3. Tiran, Imesh and Sachetana are doing a phenomenal job there, keeping the gaps equal. Tiran in that mighty monster of a car of his. I hope he can make it stick all the way as Kelvin Hauser in that BMW M4 runs beautifully, 2 wheels on the inside, up on the grass, gets the perfect line, gets his braking in, turns in, brushes the apex where it should be. That's exactly how it should be. And this is a 2-kilometer circuit. It's a phenomenal 14 turns, 2 kilometers. We've got 20 laps, we've got 3 laps more to go. As Tiran Pereira now leads by 6.7 seconds to Imesh Silva, and Imesh leads Sachetana Patirana by 8.4. So that's where it is. It's a long gap. I think Tiran has it in the book, as one would say, and Imesh Silva trying desperately to catch. Sachetana Patirana has been caught by Kelvin Hauser, and that car, if you look at it, Sachetana's tires are pretty worn out as opposed to Kelvin's. Kelvin's tires seem to be way better, and I can see Kelvin round the S's in the middle sector will have a lot more grip and a lot more power. That BMW has a lot more legs than the little the inside, trying to keep the Megane on the inside, but on the switchback, Kelvin gets the better of him. I told you those tires have seen its day. Sabri, can we have something from you? I'm speaking too much here.
No, don't worry. You're doing a good job. So the Renault Megane of Sachetana struggling to keep the mighty BMW behind it. Obviously, it looks like the tires are letting him down. It could be really advisable for him to nip in this lap to avoid losing any more track position.
So whether Rise can catch him in 2 laps. He's got a lap and a half, 3 kilometers more to go. Not really sure whether Rise can catch him. He's got the gap between Rise and Sachetana is now 2.1 seconds. It's manageable. The midsection is quite tough on the tires, and the Renault is not really easy in the middle. The Renault actually is a mid-engine car, if I'm not mistaken. The balance is beautiful. It revs beautifully. It's lovely to listen to. And he is losing a couple of tenths, but Sachin is managing to keep the car ahead of Rise. Rise is catching him. Is now 7 tenths. I think Rise is waiting for Sachin to make that one little mistake. As one would say, Sachin will be toast. Watching and waiting, Sachin should go to the right side now. I think he didn't turn early enough. That was a very, very nice move by the Rise. He turned in very early, and Sachin had really nowhere to go. When Sachin did think of moving across, Rise had already found the little gap there. Unfortunately, we are on the last lap. We've got about a kilometer and a switch to go. And I hope that Sachin can hold off Mevan, and he can't. The car completely loses it in that corner, and Mevan hits him there. In hindsight, Sachin must be thinking I should have gone for a tire change or made the tires stick a little bit longer. Realistically, that car is not easy to drive, as Thiran Pereira takes the flag with a 9-second lead. Brilliant race there. 9.2 seconds in that final to the flag. And we congratulate Thiran. Imesh coming second. Kelvin coming third. Rice fifth. Sachin sixth. Rishakit with seventh. Inuk seventh, sorry. Inuk eighth. And
it's a tight one then. We have Devin just getting the better of Sam just before the line.
Anyway, they're all good. There's another race coming up. The reverse grid happening in we're going to have the race 2 taking place in about 15 minutes.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
the PlayStation went completely ballistic. Had to restart the entire thing from our PlayStation to the router to everything had to be restarted. I think there's a lot of network today. A lot of people are on the network. Sabri, can you see the room? It's up. minute. We've just finished the grid. We are going to start in a minute. Just wait. We're checking the starting one. Yeah, but then we are losing the server. The
guys, it's nothing to do with us. I think the PlayStation network is getting disconnected.
We are getting disconnected from the PlayStation network. We'll start again. We'll try again now. Try quickly. The wires are okay now?
Yeah, the wires are okay. Check the wires again.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT MOBITEL has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT MOBITEL, the connection.
Race has started.
It's raining again in Austria. We're back at the Red Bull Ring as we wait for the cars to take off. Cars are on grid. Light rain, we have Kurt Martinstein on pole, Adam Junaid on grid 2, Viren Boteju on grid 3, Sashan on grid 4, Riaz Safrak on grid 5, Mevan 6, Kushan 7, Ashan 8, Thiago 9, and they're off. We're off to the first corner. The drivers jostling for places now, coming into the corner. There's been a clean start. I didn't see very much of race incidents there. As Kurt Martinstein takes off into the sunset, we're racing at 6:30 in the evening in the beautiful country of Austria. The circuit is right down in the Red Bull Ring, as they call it. There's rain. Circuit, Formula 1 circuit. It's a 4.3 kilometer circuit as we ride on board with Brian Pereira, who's now 6th and is being chased by Riaz Hafrat. Been quite a bit of argy-bargy there. Quite a bit of drivers have dropped right down the pecking order as we drive on board with the whole grid. There's been a little bit of contact here and there as we see the drivers in the middle of the pack trying to catch up. Ashan Silva trying to get the better of Shami Alves. And you see Thiago has dropped a place from 9th to 10th, whereas Brian, who started off at 10th, has jumped the grid and gone all the way up to 5th. That's commendable for him. I'm sure Brian has lost his patience and sitting at the back and waiting now as we go on board. Adam still in 2nd place, giving slight love taps to Kurt Martinstein. These two guys who started at the back are now in front as Adam takes a slightly better line and takes the lead. Kurt outbreaks himself in the mighty monster of a Corvette as Kushan and Riaz battle in the midfield. Cars are all over the place. You can see the drivers are trying to make up places. In the middle of the order, there's a lot of contact, but nothing too bad, nothing that needs to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb. Track is not, there is no heavy rain. We had heavy rain in the earlier race. The sun seems to have come out and dried the circuit. As Ashan Silva dives down the inside, doesn't really make much progress there. As drivers taking different lines, trying to save their tires and their fuel as they go around this circuit of 4.3 kilometers. It's a long circuit. There are 10 turns here, and it's very well known. The A1 ring in the past, the Red Bull circuit now, that's where the F1 takes place. Ashan Silva there nudging his way along. It's a little raggedy there as we see. Oh, that was a shame. I think we just lost Kurt Martinstein as he accelerated out of the corner a little too hard. These guys at the back also jostling for places. Kushan is at the moment giving Ashan a couple of taps. I don't think Ashan really appreciates that, but that's the way it is. Stewards will have a look at it at some point of time. Kushan taking a slightly wider line there, and Thiago also trying to get into the foray there. As Viren now leads the pack, Adam has dropped to 3rd, and Brian Pereira, all the way from the middle order, has now come in 2nd. Stamping his dominance, didn't really figure out what he went wrong for him in the first race, but Brian is now having Mevan giving him a tap. Oh, the two brothers fighting it out. That was thoroughly unnecessary. Brian losing many places thanks to his brother Mevan's contact with him. That was thoroughly unnecessary, and those two places were dropped all the way. I don't know whether this was it was something intentional, but I think the two brothers have healthy respect for each other. Something really went wrong there. I'm sure they'll figure it out down the line. Viren continuously keeps going. I don't see Sabri on the commentator's loop with me, but Sabri, we have to give it to him. Viren has managed to lead the pack in spite of the car being a boat and a half to handle around this circuit. Viren now has a commanding lead of 4 seconds. His tires are good, his fuel is good, all good. Kushan is into second place now, and Adam has dropped from the lead to third place. It'll be interesting to see what these boys are trying to do, as we find Thiago being hassled by Riaz Hafrat. Riaz, is that Riaz? Yes, it is Riaz. That was Rushdie Irshan who just overtook Thiago now. I'm sorry, we don't have the names coming on the screen for me to give a clearer picture of who's who. But yes, I think because I was a little confused because Riaz runs a different colored car. And there we have it. The drivers are all there in the middle order. Drivers taking different lines into these corners. Amazing to see how these guys are driving. Great sportsmanship. A little bit of tapping again happening between Akhil Rizni and Brian Pereira. Not really intentional, but under these circumstances, you're bound to have quite a bit of contact. And these guys are trying their level best. They are a professional class in this CMSC race at home pro race, round 2, race 2. The order being reverse grid, where the drivers who finish the first race, the order of the finishing is reversed and the drivers start in that order, which is how Viren, who started 12th in the Viren finished 11th or 12th in the previous race, has now got up to the first spot. He's got a 5.6 second lead, which is rather commanding over Ashan Silva now. Ashan has taken Adam as well. Ashan is a rain meister. He loves this weather. And there you have it, Rushdie Irshan coming down the inside, and Adam getting it in all kinds of knots. Went absolutely wide. He's going to lose the straight line speed. I'm sure Rushdie at the end of the straight. Adam doing the right thing, holding the inside line, managing to keep it. But there you have it. They're coming up. You can see Adam trying very hard, but unfortunately Adam not managing to hold the stead. And you can see right behind Adam is Thiago. Adam has lost quite a bit of pace to Thiago, and it'll be interesting to see how these guys are going to pan it out. They've got to save their tires. Thiago's tires are good, his fuel is good. Maybe he's going to run the entire 15 laps without a fuel stop. Not too sure exactly what Viren's strategy is going to be. I know for a fact they're going to tiptoe around this circuit, and it is marginally known that rain does increase at this time of the day, at this time of the year, and in this time of the circuit, that we will have some kind of a changeable weather. Car is now snaking around. It has received quite a bit of promise from the circuit. This car, we were doubting Viren Boteju's ability in this mighty Aston Martin, but he seems to have got it. 6.3 seconds. He's running away with it. I'm sure he got motivated by Sabri's comments in the last race, saying that Viren just cannot find the right car. He is proving us all wrong, and there you have it. Fastest lap, 1 minute 47.44. Viren Boteju in this PETRONAS SYNTIUM presented Race at Home Championship, round 2, race 2, powered by SLT MOBITEL. SLT MOBITEL have given us all the bandwidth that we need to run this race, and today we are using the SLT routers to run this race. All credit to SLT and MOBITEL. Lap 57 who've been giving us all the technical support. And there you have it. Lap 57, the car branded with that on circuit. There you have it. Ashan Silva proudly showing his own company. Lap 57. Ashan now being hassled by Rushdie Irshad. Rushdie is an absolute master in the rain. The gap between Rushdie and Ashan now 8 tenths. Thiago seems to have dropped a place, as Shami Alvis seems to have taken a place of Thiago. That's okay, it's a long race. People do make mistakes. Adam is now right behind Thiago. And let's see how it goes. They're going to have a long race. There's another 9 laps to go. Snaking around this circuit. Shami is a very, very good driver. He understands this weather very well. As there you have it. One driver has had a technical issue, which is Kushan Peris, and he's left the room. He's left the grid because I think his internet may have gone. Today being a Poya day, a full moon day, we've had lots of people who had technical issues, including us. The PlayStation network had issues and we couldn't reconnect to it.
I guess.
And the drivers are still at it. Villain still holding steady in front as Ashan Silva in grid 2 manages to make sure that he is staying ahead of Rushdie Irshad. Thiago has now lost a little bit of pace to Shami Alvis. I wonder whether that's a little bit of him trying to conserve his fuel and his tires, because he's got more than halfway to go. And at the latter part of it, some of these guys dial up the cars, the ECUs, to make sure that they run quicker. There's a lot of play in place, a lot of kilometers left to run. I think we have close on 8 kilometers, and that's about 32 kilometers of racing left. This is a 4.3 kilometer circuit. We've got almost 8 laps more to go. So a lot of racing left. People may think that this is easy, but quite tough. As you see, Brian now getting the better of Adam. Adam falling back, not really giving in to Brian, but I hope there's no contact there. Yes, it's clean. Adam really getting close to the exhaust pipes of Brian. May not give in that easily. Adam is also trying very hard. We'll go down the pack and see where is Seshan. What has happened to Seshan, the little man? Where is Seshan? Seshan, yes, Seshan is all by himself. He's being caught. He's not being actually caught, but he's driving a very tough car, which is driven by. He's driving a very subtle with the steering wheel. You can see him turning it in one direction, turning it in the other direction, and that's how he makes sure that the car is sliding. That's Seshan back again on screen. Great driver, great boy, just 11 years old, only a sim racer this year. He's doing well as well. We go right on board with Seshan. Good run, and there we have it. Great potato. Back again, stamped his authority, and something has gone wrong because he's dropped his lead to 2.9 seconds. I'm sure he went off. Rushdie Irshad dives down the inside now of Ashan Silva. Hope they get their braking right over there. Both will run wide. There's a bit of a tap. It's okay. It's acceptable. Nothing happened there. No point was lost. But in the process, Shami Alvis is now parallel with Ashan Silva. Ashan having the inside line into the corner. And there, it's unfortunate. Rushdie Irshad has had a bit of a moment. But that's okay. That's elevated the other drivers somewhere down the line. I hope there was no tap. Ashan, Rushdie and Shami all coming into turn 4. There was an incident. I'm sure the stewards will look at it. No, there was no incident. I think he just ran wide all by himself. There was no tap. That's fine. That's acceptable. And Ashan says thank you very much. He takes his second place back. Shami Alvis breathes a sigh of relief as well, as poor Rushdie Irshad now drops all the way behind Thiago. And Thiago must be now crossing his fingers, wondering when Rushdie Irshad is going to be in his mirrors. That is the situation from round 2, race 2, from the pro race of the PETRONAS SYNTIUM CMSC presented Race at Home Championship, powered by MOBITEL and co-sponsored by Lab 57, House of Glass, as well as AAAR. Needed a little bit of time to gather my thoughts. And in that moment, I realized Ashan has been taken by Shami. These guys are all different strategies. Tiago is also caught up with 3 seconds behind. It's interesting to see what's going to happen. There's 6 laps to go. Watch out. Rushdie Irshan is on Tiago's tail, and Pereira is also catching up. And absolutely did a phenomenal start. Lost it in the middle somewhere when his brother sent him off. And now you have other players both holding. Oh boy, there's a train of cars there right behind Brian. Seems to be a moving chicane at the moment. Not really making progress, but actually blocking the others as well. He's going to be under tremendous pressure from Adam as well as Riaz. That's the onboard from Tiago. Tiago now in 4th place. He's caught Rushdie. He's caught Ashan. 1.4 seconds. He's also equally small. Seshan there, riding all by himself. That's Kurt Martinstein in that mighty monster of a Corvette. Viren Boteju stamping his authority today. 1.6 seconds. Tires good, fuel good. Just keep it nice and clean and he should see the top step of the podium today. Shami Alvis is breathing down the neck of Viren. I think Tiago has made a mistake somewhere. And down the line, he's dropped his lead, he's dropped his gap. No, he hasn't. He's got to within 1 second of Ashan. They're all, the leaders are all within a second of each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all within a second of each other, which is very, very great. Tiago is 3 seconds down from Ashan. There has been some kind of an incident where Tiago has lost 1.5 seconds to Ashan, and now is under pressure from Rushdie Irshad. There's a 5 laps to go. All good, except that everybody must be now breathing a sigh of relief that the rain has reduced from the first race. They are all tiptoeing around this track, all on a different strategy. They have to make sure that they don't burn off all their fuel and at the last bit of the race don't run out of fuel. They should be okay. They are 2/3 into the race, and no one really seems to be making a huge effort or lunging down on anybody. Ashan Silva now 2.2 seconds away from a drift from Shami Alvis and 2.2 seconds ahead of Tiago. Tiago under severe pressure from Rushdie. As we see, Shami Alvis has outbraked Viren into the first corner. That was a phenomenal drive on the inside. I think Viren lost his concentration for a wee moment there, kept the door open, and Shami Alvis just grabbed it. Also, you have to understand, the Porsche's braking is far more balanced than the mighty Aston Martin. Aston does have a lot more weight, and down the inside braking would have been a lot harder for Viren, but Viren nonetheless now has to put his head down, buckle up, and make sure that he doesn't get the gap reduced to Ashan. Ashan is catching him. That is sad because Viren had it nicely covered. Ashan now 2.6 seconds adrift. As you see, Rushdie Irshad has taken Tiago. Tiago has dropped down to 5th place. There you have Viren and Ashan, that little fight there. On your screen, you see that as Viren tries very hard to get back, but there is no quarter given and none taken. And as Shami Alvis clearly says, no, this one's mine. Ashan trying very hard. Rushdie there, taken the lead from Tiago, and Brian is now following Tiago. Still leads Viren. The gaps are pretty much equal. You can see all the cars about a second adrift from each other. Not much rain in between, not much sunlight in between either. We're at 6:30 in the evening. The marshal is standing in the rain, watching all the cars go by. The checkered flag, the starter has it in his hand. And there down the inside goes Mevan Pereira trying to do a number on Riaz. I think Kevin got Riaz there. That was an interesting move as Mevan and Kevin have sandwiched the Hyundai of Riaz. Riaz trying to go on the outside. That's not going to work there unless he does a switchback, powers up early. Yes, I think he managed it, but Kevin there beautifully crosses there, slows Riaz down. I think there's a bit of gamesmanship here. Kevin is slowing Riaz down into his brother Mevan. So the pressure is mounted from Mevan as well. Riaz is a brilliant driver with the Beamer coding branding on the side. His own company which does all kinds of electronic gizmos for BMWs. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of a fight between Kevin, Riaz and Mevan. Up the order again, Shami Alvis leads the pack. Viren not really making any significant impression. He's falling back, and I think if you look at it from my perspective, I think Shami is running away with it, and Viren and Irshan are not making any progress there. Brian seems to have caught and overtaken Thiago as well. Thiago's gone back to his 5th slot. We wait and see what's going to happen. This same scenario happened. I think Akshan has had to go into the pits for a splash and dash. This is what I meant. You have to make sure that you cover your fuel strategies right. At the end of the race, if you don't get your fuel strategy right, like what happened in the last race, Thiago from the back came up all the way purely on the fact that he had enough fuel to give his car an option of running lean on the fuel. So there you have it. I can see that 2 Porsches are running pretty much equal. Rushdie has enough fuel, Viren has enough fuel, but Shami Alvis is a touch and go situation. I'm wondering whether he got this wrong, because Shami might run out of fuel by the time the checkered flag comes, and I have a gut feeling that within 1 lap his fuel light is going to be blinking and he's going to have to coast. And that's going to give Viren a chance to come up. Viren has enough fuel, Irshan has enough fuel, Brian has enough fuel, Thiago's got enough fuel. Adam, I'm not too sure about it. Akil Rizny is okay, Kevin is okay, Riaz should go again, Mevan should be okay. Yes, and those boys are all good. Ashan is pretty much good. He's got new tires, but he's not really going to make much of a difference because he's dropped way down again. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is racing at its best as we go into this particular round 2 of the Race at Home Championship, brought to us by Petronas and powered by S30 Mobitel with our technical partner L57, strategic partner for social media AAAR, and a sponsor for all trophies, House of Glass. Three cars depressed as they go into turn 1, wondering who's going to blink first. The guy on the inside, not too sure. He might come and touch. Yes, there was a bit of a tap there, but that's okay. Akil Rizny fights to live another day as Kevin Pereira and Adam have a bit of a battle there. Let's ride on board with Adam and Kevin. They were pretty close, but Adam has dropped out. He was leading this race at one point. Adam does have a bit of difficulty in the rain, wondering what exactly is going on there. Thiago and Brian still fighting it out. Absolutely healthy relationship. The 2 boys have they've both been karting together. The Endurance Championship, the 8-hour Endurance Championship together. 3 brothers, Brian, Kevin, Evan and Thiago, all including Ashan. They've all run the endurance karting together. They've got lots of experience under their belt running long duration runs. As Akil Rizny not really making any impression with 1 lap to go. Wandering, as I can see Thiago's fuel light now blinking. Brian having the same problem, but they're okay. They've got a lap to go and they should be okay. My issue is Shami. Shami's light is blinking at the moment and he's got to do a bit of a coasting. This is where it's going to change. As I said earlier, Shami has no choice but to get off the power and let Viren through, because there's going to be a bit of issue. Shami's got very limited fuel left in his car. It'll be interesting to see what Shami does. Unfortunately, Viren is a bit too far away, and Rushdie Irshan is also not letting this whole pack go. There's a triple line of cars there. Shami blocking the inside line, but you watch me. I'm telling you, Viren is going to have more power coming on that corner. The only thing stopping him will be that his car is much heavier, and he's got to be a little more conservative with the throttle. As these three guys go into the last few bits of the corner. There you have it. There you've got it. Viren tries to do a number on the inside. Very, very nice run. Shami takes the wider line there. Viren tries to go down the inside, gets it tight, and he's got to block Rushdie Irshan. And that gives Shami Alvis a bit of breathing space. Shami breathing a sigh of relief. They've got only about 4 corners more to go to see the checkered flag. As we get ready to see who's who and who ends the race there. We need to understand whether Rushdie Irshan can take Viren on the outside. They're very close. Last corner, last lap. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2 of the pro race. As Viren gets it sideways, I think he was pipped to the line by Rushdie Irshan. I told you, he was pipped to the line by Rushdie Irshan. Brian Pereira takes 4th and Thiago Pereira takes 5th. Akil Rizni takes 6th. Kevin Pereira takes 7th. Mevan Pereira takes 8th. Riaz Hafrat takes 9th. Ajam Junaid takes 9th from Riaz, because Riaz ran out of fuel on the start line, on the start-finish line, and that nearly gave Sashan the 10th place. Sashan come 12th, this time has come 13th. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's your finishing order for the Pro Race 2. We'll be back with you for the final race of the day, the AM Race 2.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state of the art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Waiting for you to join the room. We are waiting for you to join. back in Tsukuba for race 2 of the AM2 race. We've got a total of 11 drivers who are vying for honors here. We've got Mahilal on grid 1, Sam Smith on grid 2, Devin Serasinger on grid 3, and they're off. All the cars are off. There's been no problems. Some of the cars, and then we have a problem. We have one of the cars who's.
Yeah.
We have to start. We're going to restart. Restart again. We had a small technical issue. Yeah, quite a few people have got compromised by this. We're going to restart the race as one of the drivers couldn't get off the line quickly enough. And the race director is going to red flag it and restart the race shortly. from Tsukuba. We hope that the start line will have no glitches. The final race of the day. It's been a long day for most of us, and we hope that sanity does prevail and technology doesn't have the better of it all. As we wait for the cars to start, we watch from the back. We watch from the back to see the start line as the lights go off. We wait for the start, and just about now we will see the cars take off. Everybody is offline. Baji in the first few, in the first bit. Yeah, Vinuk who leads the race. Sam Smith is in second spot with Rise OM, Kelvin. Yeah, we have to restart again because we've got a driver stuck. Also, the entries. Sabri.
Please log in. And
Sabri.
Jeff is in.
We've changed the Wi-Fi's now to the fiber line. We're getting almost 60 download and 40 upload. Now we should be okay. We have, because all the connections were giving us only 500 KB upload. That's the problem. We're good now to start the race. We hope everybody is glued to their TVs as the grid order comes along. And we've got Mahilal, Sam Smith, Devin Senasinghe, Inuk Madhumarachi, Adisha Kitwit, all under starters' orders. This is the last race for the day. We wish everybody all the best. And as all the cars, drivers, they rev up. You can't really see the lights on the back. Everybody is off. Yes, and they're off. We've got one driver who's stuck. It's okay. Everybody else has got through. We've got Sam Smith who's leading the pack into the corner. Brilliant driving there by Sachetana. He's coming from all the way back, giving Inuk a bit of a hard time. There's quite a bit of ajibaji in the middle of the pack, but that's okay. They're good. As Imesh Silva comes up to 5th place. Raiswim has come 3rd. There's a bit of tapping and bumping there from Imesh, but not really causing too much trouble for everybody. Imesh 4th now as they finish the first lap. That was a quick one. And Sam Smith leads the way with Inuk Madhumarachi in 2nd place, Raiswim in 3rd, Imesh Silva in 3rd, 4th, Sachetana Patrana in 5th, Kelvin Hauser in 6th. Mailal, who started right from the start, has fallen all the way back. Not too sure what happened to him. There is brilliant bit of racing here. As again the two Italian cars fighting. Oh, there was an incident there between Adisha Kitwit and the person driving Mewan. Yes, the Ferrari. There was a bit of an incident there. Problems with his internet. You can see cars bouncing around walls. When your internet connection is bad, that's what happens. That's what happened to Mahilal at the start as well, because he was leading this race and he's dropped all the way up to 9th. And I think it's something to do with his internet connection. Well, here, with brilliant internet provided to us by SLT MOBITEL, we have to thank our sponsors, PETRONAS SYNTIUM, for having presented this to us, and powered by SLT MOBITEL. This is a phenomenal event that we are hosting here. All credit to the officials having braved a whole load of issues during lockdown to have this event running brilliantly during this time period. As you see, Tiran running wide there, not really sure what he was trying to do, but that was a little bit of a move between Sachetana and Tiran Pereira on lap 3. There was a bit of incident there, but that's okay. I think Tiran has now got. We see Rais now being hassled a little bit. He's got the better of Inuk. And that's good news for Rais. There you have it. Kelvin and Inuk also battling it a bit. Kelvin keeping it nice and clean there. He didn't bump into Inuk. It was beautifully judged, the braking. That BMW is a heavy car in comparison to the Evolution. It's beautifully done as Tiran now chases Kiran now chases Sachetana again. I think we've lost Devin Serasinghe due to an internet connection, and we've also lost Mahilal, or Mahilal is suffering with the internet connection. We need to have a chat with him and sort him out. Maybe he needs to come back and get himself an SLT Mobitel connection to make his connection work properly. Recommendation for everybody is to get an SLT Mobitel connection and have no issues with your running of the event. Once again, we see Mevan trying to get Sachetana Patirana. It's beautiful to see 3 European cars, 1 French and 2 Italian cars battling it out in true style. There's an absolute diversity of cars in this race as we come along with Mevan. So Mevan Mevan gets the better of Adisha Kitwit. Adisha may not have anything to do with it because the next one is a right-hander, and Mevan is on the inside. Whatever Adisha does, Mevan has the breaking point in the corner. That is not a place where you can ride around the outside, and Mevan actually gets the legs on the Ferrari. And he tried to go down the inside. Yes, he might make it. He leans into the Ferrari. The Ferrari is on the outside. Unfortunately, the next turn is to the left. The Ferrari has the legs there. Yes, it does. There is no way that he can go around. Adisha trying every trick in the book to keep the cars moving. 6 laps down out of 20 laps. We are in Tsukuba in Japan at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had the earlier race at 11 o'clock in the morning. Now we are at Tsukuba. These 2 cars fighting tooth and nail. Beautiful driving as Imdad Hussain from the back manages to keep his place as well. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All these drivers with loads of experience now trying their level best to keep in touch with the others. As again you will find Adisha Kitwit trying to go down the inside. Very clean driving, I must say, from these drivers. All the cars branded with PETRONAS SYNTIUM branding, as well as the SLT Mobitel, the AAAR, lap 57, and awesome class. Sam Smith again being chased by Rise Wim, identical cars. This is all down to the driving standards they have now. It'll be interesting to see how they get on with it. In 3rd place, I'm not too sure what the car Imesh is driving. It's also any Mitsubishi. So 1, 2, 3 are the Mitsubishi Evolutions, followed by the German BMW, the M4. A tough car to drive, rear-wheel drive, takes a lot out of the car, but it will be interesting to see. I have a driver sitting right next to me. Can you tell us exactly what is the tire wear on this track? He's absolutely shy to give his comments. That's okay. We've got a lot of power on the track, as you can see there. Rise UM there, being chased by Imesh Silva. This will be fun to see whether who out these whole bunch going to get it. As Kelvin Hauser, I think, lost concentration for a little while and went completely into the wall. Unfortunately, he drops all the way down again. That was a tough one. It was a clean run. That was okay. All right. Side of Chetana, and now you'll see Tiran Pereira in that mighty big GTR also coming down the inside of Sachetana. I'm wondering if Sachetana's tires are gone. I can't really see it from here. I think, yes, Sachetana's tires are gone. That is the issue with that car. The Renault Megane is a beautiful car, but it's really, really not economical on its tires or with its tires. As you see, Inuk Madhumana Chinau in 4th place. Brilliant drive from him. Tiran trying very hard to keep the mighty GTR in check. Almost lost it to the Ferrari. The Ferrari tried to come on the outside, but when we get to the long straight, that GTR will really the Renault of Mevan. Sabri, are you around? Can we have something from you as well? Brilliant battle, lots of racing here. This is what spectators like to see. This is what drivers like to have, and this is what we want to promote: clean racing, good racing, and I mean, it's lovely to see these people who fought tooth and nail over last season coming back to race another season with us. A true testament to the development of e-sport in Sri Lanka, the only true e-sport championship which is being run, which is in line what the FIA is doing. This is now becoming an Olympic sport. The only Olympic sport so far which of a virtual game is Gran Turismo, and the Ceylon Motorsports Club are proud to be the ones who host the only race available. And that was a bad moment. I think he got it all wrong. I think there was an incident there. The stewards are reviewing what happened to Tiran. I'm wondering whether Tiran lost his brakes or whether there was some kind of an incident there. As we now ride with Sachetana Patirana, Inuk Madhumarachi. All these guys are now running 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Inuk has come third. I'm wondering what exactly happened there. Inuk is fourth. Sam Smith is first. Rise is second. Sachetana third. Inuk is fourth. I think, if I'm not mistaken, some of these guys have pitted. Sam and Rise have pitted, I'm told, and have come out ahead of Sachetana and Inuk and the rest of the field. So that'll be interesting to see when these guys do pit, who's going to jump who in the pits. There you see, and in your own views, you see Rise, Tiran, Imesh, Kitwith, Sam, all of them have done their pit stops, and that was a bit of a bad one. I think that it was bad. I think Mevan managed to knock Inuk and take the place. Stewards will have a look at it. They were coming into the pits at that point of time. This is timely. Some of them going for the undercut. Some of them going for the overcut. Getting confused between the overcut and the undercut, but being guided by Sam and Thiago, who are here with me in the comment box. Racing. I have to say, it is lovely to watch these cars and these drivers. There are 2 GTRs now. I'm not too sure. Imdad has actually overtaken Tiran. I'm wondering who has pitted and who has not pitted at the moment. Tiran, I think, has pitted. I'm not too sure that Imdad has pitted. Imdad has also pitted. And Kelvin again has had a bit of a spin. That's sad. He's had his pit stop and finished as well. Imdad again has spun. Some kind of an incident. The thing reviewed. Let's see if the overcut worked. As Mevan goes in pit on lap 12. He's in. It's out. Didn't really work for him. But he is ahead of Adisha Kitwith. So that seems to have he's behind Adisha Kitwith. So that didn't really work for him. The 2 Italian cars still fighting it between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. They're fighting it out again. And right in front, you find Sam still holding off Raizuem. 2 Japanese cars at the helm, followed by Sachetana in the Renault Megane. Credit to Sachetana for having kept up with these guys. Another 7 laps to go. I know it's been a long day for most of us. Yet for all, never say die attitude by the officials of the club. Having run this competition all throughout today, we've run 2 rounds for the AM class and 1 round for the Pro class. We've had quite a bit of issues with the drivers and their connections, and us having to accommodate their technical issues. We've had to restart races 3-4 times because some of the drivers' internet connections were not as good as we would expect. And then we see all these drivers running Adisha Kitwin and Mahilal fight it out. We see Rise Wim has managed to get the better of Sam Smith. Sam and Mahilal, or Sam and Rise, I'm sorry, have done a phenomenal run. The gap between Sam and Imesh at the moment over 10 seconds. And Imesh is also trying very hard to make sure that he stays in the loop. But if you look at it on a 50-second lap, this is not ideal to have a 10-second gap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are on lap 15 out of 20 laps. We've got 5 laps more to go. 75% of the race has been conducted. And we wait to see what exactly is going to happen now. Most of these drivers must be absolutely tired. They started this morning at 10 o'clock in the morning and are still at it. We want to see good racing, clean racing, and entertaining racing. So that's what we have. We brought to you the PETRONAS SYNTIUM Race at Home Championship, powered by SLT MOBITEL and co-sponsored by Lab 57, House of Class and AAAR. This event is organized by the Ceylon Motorsports Club, the only club in Sri Lanka currently organizing e-sport events. Madhavarakshi now fighting with Kiran Pereira. I think Inuk is having a couple of issues with his internet as well. Car is glitching a little bit here and there, but overall, all due credit that who didn't get to run in the earlier races has come 10th. And Rise Wim, although we thought he will scamper off into the sunset, has not been able to do that. Sam Smith is right on his tail. Auto Sam is right on his tail, and he is going to have enough and more pressure for the next 3 laps. Kitwith is also under pressure as Inuk still tries to board off the rest of the cars which are behind him. Takes a nice tight line there, gets the exit beautifully done, and it does. I have to give credit. Inuk's concept of blocking is very, very good. Places the car in exactly the right place. He's very good in that. He's unfortunate that the car is not really the best of cars to drive. But then again, Sam and Ria and Rise are driving the same car as well. So I think Inuk needs a little experience in this car, and he should be okay. Last year he drove the GTR and he found that to be a monster. So this car is a little easier. As we watch, Kiran Pereira has now got the better of Inuk and he's chasing Sachetana, 1.3 seconds adrift. Sachetana is 4 seconds away from Imesh. Rise and Sam and Imesh roll for 1, 2 and 3. Rise and Sam are on a roll. Imesh is far down. But that's brilliant driving from these boys. There have been a couple of incidents. The stewards have recorded it. And Inuk's tires have gone pretty bad. There we have it. Kitwith has done a little bit of injustice to Inuk by bumping him. Didn't really gain a position, but we try our level best to have non-contact sport in racing. That's what we have, again, keeping the car purely and squarely on the defensive line. Really good driving on his part. They are driving in a stationary situation. As Brian Pereira told us in the morning, it's very difficult to drive when you don't have the wind in your face and the car bouncing around. You do have to get used to it. As Rise OM Sam Smith are right at the front, and Inuk's penalty has now been served by him, so he's cleared. A little bit more to be cleared, I'm told. The final lap, that was unfortunate. That last lap, we have to find out what happened with Kelvin. The last three guys, not too sure. Evan, Adisha, and there you have it. Rise OM wins the second race of round 2, followed by Sam Smith, Imesh, Sachetana Tiran. That's a brilliant race all round. They're still fighting for 7th and 8th for the 7th spot. On the line, yes, that was done. Abhisha Kitwit, flag, and Imdad Hussain comes in 10th. He's really taking it easy. He's coasting along, and he goes off in the last corner. Oh dear, that was fortunate. As he comes around to take the checkered flag as well. There you have it. Very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. We will see you again in 2 weeks' time when we have round 3 of the Race from Home Championship.